Welcome back, brothers and heretics to Grimhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into the lore and history of the First Claw, an old and elite squad of the Night Lords. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. And I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the video.
In the 41st millennium, the stars did not shine for mankind. They burned like wounds. Across the breadth of the Imperium, worlds died with the slow dignity of slaughterhouses. Hive spires split under orbital bombardment and shed their millions into ash storms. Forge moons rang with the screams of machine spirits as plasma reactors burst and turned entire manufacturum continents into molten glass. Cathedral ships, each one older than dynasties and crewed by generations born beneath rusted gun decks, broke apart in the void while their priests chanted final litanies to a corpse on a throne that would never answer. Imperial war fleets died prow first, lance batteries flickering like guttering candles, macro cannon decks venting men and ammunition into the black. Their last vox transmissions drowned beneath static, prayers, and the laughter of things that had no throats. On one world, 1 billion conscripts drowned in mud beneath the treads of their own retreating armor. On another, a cardinal governor ordered every child old enough to hold a lasgun marched into the firing lines, because the emperor demanded sacrifice, and the emperor was always hungry. Hive cities choked on rebellion. Agri-worlds burned because commanders chose denial over surrender. Shrine worlds drowned in blood because faith had convinced men that dying in agony was proof of devotion. Even victory came rotten. Even when the Aquila rose again over a conquered bastion, it rose above corpse fires, famine lines, mass graves, and commissars shooting survivors for the sin of having survived too loudly. The Imperium endured by feeding itself to war. There was no peace among the stars. There was no promise of progress, no mercy hidden in the dark between suns, no future waiting with clean hands. There was only carnage, old hate, iron faith, and the endless grinding of mankind beneath the weight of its own empire. Men died by the trillion and were not missed. Worlds vanished from astropathic charts and were mourned only by administratum clerks, who marked the loss in ink made from rendered bone. The emperor protected, the priest said. The emperor judged. The emperor watched. The dead never answered whether that was true. In that galaxy of slaughter, the Night Lords hunted. They had once been the Imperium's fear, given ceramite and fangs. Before the long war, before the eye, before the oaths curdled and the old banners were torn down, the sons of Nostramo had been loosed upon worlds that refused compliance. Other legions had brought enlightenment at gunpoint. Other legions had razed cities, taught order, written laws, and burned only when burning became necessary. The 8th Legion had always known better. Order was a lie men told themselves while sharpening knives behind locked doors. Law was a chain waiting for a stronger hand. Justice was simply vengeance that had learned to wear robes. Fear was cleaner. Fear worked. The Night Lords had flayed rebellion from planetary governors before fleets ever reached orbit. They had hung ministers from palace walls in strips. They had broadcast the screams of traitors across entire continents until armies threw down their weapons rather than face the midnight suns descending from the sky. They had taught worlds obedience through darkness, mutilation, and the certainty that every locked door could be opened by claws. Then the Imperium recoiled from the weapon it had made, so the weapon turned. Now they were murderers, raiders, skin takers, oathbreakers, carrion lords of the void, broken sons of Conrad Kurz. They had no empire, no crusade, no warm light of purpose. They haunted shipping lanes and war zones, striking from the warp like old sins given form. They wore midnight blue plate cracked by centuries of war, lightning crawling across ceramite in pale, jagged forks, skull helms grinning with dead ivory faces. Chains hung from their war gear, trophies clattered against their greaves, flayed flesh dried beneath their pauldrons. Their vox grills turned every word into a predator's growl. They were not noble champions of the dark gods. Most of them spat on the idea of worship. They did not kneel easily, even to powers that could tear reality open and drink souls from the wound. They were damned, yes, but damnation took many shapes. Some fell to mutation, some fell to prayer, some fell to hunger, pride, spite, memory, and the inability to stop killing long after the war that made them had ended. Among them, First Claw endured. Not the largest, not the purest, not the most obedient. Never that. Discipline had bled out of the 8th Legion a long time ago, spilling from wounds named betrayal, exile, and hunger. First Claw survived because survival had become their only scripture. They had lived through the heresy, through the breaking of their legion, through the murder of their father, through the Eye's lies, through raids that should have ended them, through void war, starvation, fratricide, demonic madness, and the slow erosion of every brotherhood they pretended still existed. They were the deadliest surviving claw of 10th Company, because every other claim to greatness had been stripped away. Honor had died, unity had died. Glory had died screaming somewhere between terror and the outer dark. What remained was harder than faith and uglier than loyalty. First Claw remained. Their warship was the Covenant of Blood, a strike cruiser with old bones and a hateful soul. It moved through the warp like a blade dragged through infected meat. Its corridors were dark by design, not by failure. Lumen strips lay dead in long rows, their glass eyes blinded, their housings furred with rust and old incense soot. The mortal crew learned to walk by memory, fingertips brushing rivets and bulkheads, counting steps, turns, door seams, and places where the deck plating complained beneath their boots. Those who feared the dark too loudly were corrected. Those who failed to acclimatize were discarded. Those who whispered prayers to the false emperor were opened and left as warnings for the others. The ship breathed around them. Its ventilation grates exhaled air that tasted of copper, oil, sweat, ozone, and old blood. Its machine spirit hated its weakness. It hated the patched conduits, the starving plasma coils, the scavenged auger arrays, the weapon batteries that remembered greater wars and resented every silence forced upon them by lack of munitions. It hated the mortals crawling through its veins with tools and votive oils. Most of all, it hated the age that had reduced it from a weapon of conquest to a pirate's den. Talos Valkoran understood that hatred. He stood alone in his cell chamber, one gauntlet braced against the wall, his skull helm hanging from his other hand. Without the helm, his face was pale enough to seem sculpted from corpse wax. Blue veins threaded beneath his skin like cracks beneath old marble. His eyes were black, not merely dark, but black as dead space between stars. He wore the scars of war and surgery without pride. Pride was for warriors who believed their wounds had meaning. Talos had been an apothecary once. He had cut gene seed from the dead while battles burned around him. He had sealed the wounds of brothers he despised and opened the chests of brothers he mourned. He knew the inside of transhuman bodies better than most men knew their own names. He knew how Astartes died. He knew how long they could live after wounds that would make mortal bodies burst into red ruin. He knew which organs to save, which to harvest, and which to destroy before corruption took root. Now they called him Soul Hunter. Not all of them said it with respect. The visions came whether he willed them or not. He saw futures in splinters, deaths not yet earned, worlds burning before the guns fired, brothers falling before the blade was drawn. Sometimes he saw truth. Sometimes he saw mockery wearing truth's skin. The curse had belonged to his father, and in that inheritance Talos found no comfort. To see as Kurz had seen was not a blessing. It was a blade pushed slowly behind the eyes. He despised the Imperium with a hatred too old to need heat. He hated its priests, its corpse worship, its lies of justice, its endless appetite for bodies. But he looked upon his own legion and found no refuge there. The Night Lords had become scavengers wearing the skins of legends. They bled one another for armor. They wasted slaves. They murdered for insult and laughed when irreplaceable weapons were lost to pride. They spoke of Nostromo as if memory were a throne. Talos had no throne. He had brothers. That was worse. Zal waited in the arming chamber, bareheaded, scarred, and broad even by the standards of the Legines Astartes. His double-handed chainsword rested across his knees like a sleeping animal. Its teeth had been cleaned, oiled, blessed with profanity, and set to idle test cycles until the weapon purred. Zal did not pretend to be subtle. He did not wear cruelty like decoration or philosophy. Violence came to him pure. In another legion, in another life, perhaps he would have been honored as a champion. In the 8th, he was simply what Nostromo made when it wished to prove a point. He looked up as Talos entered, and his smile showed teeth filed just enough to make the expression unpleasant. "You look like death warmed over a plasma vent," Zal said. "I saw you die again," Talos replied. "Did I win?" Talos paused beside a rack of damaged bolters, each one stripped and rebuilt too many times by desperate hands. "Yes." "Then stop looking offended." That was Zal, blunt as a breaching ram, loyal in the only manner that mattered. He would mock Talos until the moment he put himself between his brother and a killing blow. He would complain about orders and then obey them when the killing started. He was the deadliest warrior 10th Company had left, though to say so aloud would be to invite a dozen fools to test the claim and die proving it. Syrian lounged nearby with the ease of a serpent pretending it had never learned to coil. His armor was open in places for repair, revealing pale flesh marked by old ritual scars and fresh battle damage. His helm sat beside him, its skull face grinning upward at nothing. He watched the exchange with amusement, warm enough to seem human, which only made it worse. "Our prophet returns from his private suffering," Syrian said. "Did the future provide anything useful, brother, or only more theatre?" Talos looked at him. "You are cheerful." "I am alive aboard a dying ship, surrounded by murderers, hunted by an empire that considers misery a sacrament. Cheer is relative." Zal snorted. Syrian smiled. He smiled often, and slaves feared him for it more than they feared Uzas's roaring or Zal's threats. With Syrian, death did not always announce itself. Sometimes it came as conversation, sometimes as laughter in the dark. Beneath his wit was something Talos mistrusted, a hunger. Not the crude red thirst that had claimed Uzas, but something quieter and fouler, a taste for fear that went beyond legion doctrine. Syrian savoured terror as if it nourished him. Perhaps it did. Uzas crouched in the corner, rocking slightly, fingers wrapped around the haft of his chain axe. The weapon was ugly, battered, heavy-toothed, its casing dark with stains that no oiling had removed. Scraps of bone and devotional filth hung from his armour. His helm lenses glowed red in the gloom, though he wore the helm unclamped, pushed partly into place as if he expected battle to begin before thought could finish. blood, he murmured. Original as ever, Syrian said. Uzas's head twitched toward him. I hear it. You hear many things. I hear the deck. I hear the ship. I hear the meat walking in the lower holds. Talos stepped closer. You will not go to the lower holds. The berserker's grip tightened. The chain axe clicked once, eager or imagined. They smell afraid. They are crew. They bleed. They keep the ship alive. Uzas breathed hard through his teeth. He had been their brother before he had become this. Somewhere beneath the froth, the twitching fingers, the muttered offerings to a god he denied serving, there had once been a warrior of the 8th Legion. Now he was a liability with an axe, a killer so potent he remained useful and so unstable that every battle risked becoming a butchery of assets they could not replace. His brothers despised him for the slaves he killed. They despised him more because he kept surviving. Mercutian stood apart from them all, as he often did. His heavy bolter rested upright beside him, Mag locked and sanctified with the practical rites of a warrior who trusted maintenance more than prayer. Mercutian had the bearing of dead nobility, a cold aristocratic restraint that seemed absurd among killers until the guns opened fire. In corridor war, he was the anchor. When First Claw advanced through smoke and screaming, Mercutian's weapons spoke in thunderbursts, mass reactive shells chewing cover, armor, flesh, and courage into red mist. He looked to Talos. The armory reports sufficient ammunition for a limited engagement, not a siege, not a prolonged boarding action. The launch crews claim Blackened can fly. Claim, Zal said. That inspires. Confidence. The Thunderhawk's port stabilizer array is temperamental, Mercutian continued. The machine spirit objects to previous damage. The machine spirit objects to being flown by mortals, Syrian said. The machine spirit objects to neglect, Mercutian said. As do I. Talos moved between them, feeling the old rhythm of the claw gather around him. Insult, threat, report, hunger, restraint. It was not harmony. It had never been harmony. It was something harsher and more reliable. A chain of blades, each edge turned outward until the moment one turned in. There would come another blade, though none of them knew it yet. Far from the covenant of blood, beyond warp storms and corsair musters, beyond the reach of Talos's current visions, an apothecary in red warplate would one day stand among bodies and make art of necessity. Varial the Flayer would carve with a patience none of First Claw possessed. He would wear faces as trophies and speak of flesh as if it were parchment awaiting correction. He would not laugh like Syrian, or rage like Uzas, or threaten like Zal. He would cut. He would preserve what could be preserved and discard what screamed too long. In time, his surgical cruelty would become essential to them. For now, he was only a shadow waiting in the future. The present shook. A low groan rolled through the arming chamber. It rose from the deck, passed into the bulkheads, and became a choir of metal under strain. Runes flickered across Talos's helm display, where it rested in his grip, awakening to proximity and threat. Somewhere far above them, the navigator screamed behind sealed doors. The warp clawed at the Geller field. The covenant of blood answered with hatred, its machine spirit dragging itself toward real space like a predator hauling its bulk from black water. Vox clicks sparked across the chamber. "All claws!" came a mortal voice, thin and trembling beneath force discipline. "Translation imminent. Repeat. Translation imminent. Auspex ghosts resolving. Target world ahead. Imperial designation confirmed. Orbital defense grid active. Civilian population extensive. Planetary command unaware." Zal rose, the double-handed chainsword coming up with him. "Finally," he said. Uzas began to laugh. Mercutian locked his heavy bolter into its harness with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Syrian reached for his helm, still smiling. Talos lifted his own and stared into the bone-white faceplate, into the red eye lenses that had seen empires kneel and brothers die. "Remember," Talos said, and his voice carried no warmth, "we are not here to conquer." Syrian's smile widened behind the skull of his helm. "No, brother." The ship tore free of the warp. Reality split, screamed, and bled them out beneath the cold light of an Imperial sun. The Covenant of Blood emerged in a storm of empiric residue, its hull black, scarred, and crowned in lightning. Its engines burned like wounds opening in the void. Below, an Imperial world turned in ignorance, its hive lights glittering across the night side like a field of souls waiting to be harvested. Talos sealed his helm. The chamber became data, breath, targeting runes, heartbeats, and the soft growl of ancient warplate waking around his body. "No," he said, watching the world swell upon the Oculus display. "We are here to make it scream." Nostromo had never known honest daylight. Its cities climbed like disease from the planet's poison skin, black towers spearing into a sky drowned beneath chemical cloud and industrial night. The heavens were not empty above Nostromo. They were hidden, buried behind smog, soot, and the ash breath of manufactoria that never slept. Rain fell in thin, corrosive threads, hissing on metal roofs and exposed flesh. The streets below were narrow, wet, and hungry. Every alley remembered blood. Every hab block had its dead. Every child learned the grammar of knives before learning the law of kings. There were laws, of course. Men always carved words into stone and called them civilization. Nostromo obeyed the stronger law beneath all others. Take before being taken. Strike before the hand reaches your throat. Hide your fear, because fear was scent, and scent brought predators. Talos had been a child of that world, though child was a weak word for what Nostromo made of the young. He had known darkness as other children knew warmth. He had known the weight of a stolen blade under his ragged coat, the wet sound of boots in alley filth, the taste of recycled air, the watchful silence before murder. Hunger taught him. Pain refined him. The city educated with broken teeth and open drains. The lesson was simple enough for even the stupid to understand. Weakness invited ownership. He had killed before he understood what death meant to anyone else. The first time, the body had twitched longer than expected. That had unsettled him more than the blood. Blood was common. Blood ran in gutters after gang culls. Blood slicked shrine steps when debt collectors came wearing devotional masks. Blood steamed under lumen signs and froze in stairwells where no one bothered to drag the corpses away. But the eyes of the dying had held him. They accused without words, and he had hated them for the accusation. Later, when he became more than human, he would remember those eyes with irritation rather than guilt. Nostromo made murder hereditary. It passed from hand to hand like a family blade. Men inherited debts, territories, enemies, grudges, and burial plots they would never live to occupy. Children grew into killers because those who did not become killers became warnings. The rich hid in high towers behind armor glass and hired guns. The poor hid wherever the knives could not immediately find them. Gangs ruled the mid-levels. Flesh markets ruled the sump districts. Judges took bribes from syndicates. Syndicates took orders from murderers. And murderers knelt when the night haunter's shadow passed overhead. Conrad Cursor had been the only law Nostramo truly feared, before the Emperor came, before the golden lie descended from the stars and called a monster sun. The boy who became Talos remembered the Primarch as a shape in stories before he became a shape in truth. The Night Haunter was spoken of in whispers, never prayers. He was vengeance with pale hands. He was justice without mercy. He was the thing that made murderers bolt their doors and still wake screaming because the locks had failed. When Kurzi ruled, crime did not vanish because men became virtuous. It diminished because men feared punishment more than they desired indulgence. Talos understood that. Fear was not madness. Fear was arithmetic. A single body displayed at the right crossroads could save a district from rebellion. A governor's son screaming across a Vox network could do what a regiment could not. A noble house stripped of skin and hung from its own balconies could silence a city more efficiently than a month of bombardment. Terror was not the failure of reason. It was reason given teeth. The Legion took him after blood had already marked him. He remembered white lights. That was the first obscenity. Not the knives, not the needles, not the clamps biting into wrists, ankles, spine, jaw. The lights. Nostramo had been darkness, always darkness, honest darkness, darkness that hid predators and prey alike. The apothecarian lights were surgical and merciless. They made every weakness visible. He was stripped, chained, measured, bled, drugged, and opened. The first heart was his own. The second was not. He saw it before the sedatives dragged him under, a wet red thing cradled by metal fingers, pulsing as if eager to become him. He wanted to spit at the surgeons. He wanted to tell them he had not asked for a spare life beating inside his chest. His mouth would not obey. The drugs made treachery of his muscles. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was a helm shaped like a skull, red lenses watching without pity. When he woke, his chest contained thunder. Two hearts beat within him, not in harmony at first, but in argument. Pain sat behind his ribs like an animal with claws. He breathed through broken glass. He vomited blood into a steel basin and watched one of the attendants record the colour, volume, and clotting rate. No one praised him for surviving. Survival was expected. Failure was disposal. More organs followed. The os modular came with bone fever. His skeleton burned from within as if molten iron had been poured through the marrow. Growth was not gentle. His bones thickened, lengthened, drank minerals, hardened beyond mortal inheritance. He screamed until his throat tore. They repaired the throat and continued. The Biscopea flooded him with growth, feeding muscle until his frame became too heavy for the boy he had been. Tendons stretched, skin split and resealed. His hands became too large, for memory. They implanted glands that changed the chemistry of his blood. They altered his lungs, his eyes, his ears, his digestion, his sleep, his pain. They gave him the capacity to poison those who bit him, and survive poisons meant to end him. He learned the taste of his own acidic spit when it burned black scars into the basin beside his cot. He learned to breathe in thin atmospheres, endure wounds that would make mortal men pray, remain awake for impossible spans, smell fear through layers of sweat and smoke, hear whispers behind sealed doors. Then came the black carapace. That was not surgery. That was invasion. The flesh of his back was cut and bored with sockets, plugs, hard nodes, and nerve interfaces. The pain was precise, thoughtful, almost intimate. They married him to warplate before he ever wore it, carving the future into his spine. The armor would not merely cover him, it would listen to him, obey him, amplify him. His thoughts would become motion through fiber bundles and servo muscles. His rage would become strength. His aim would become death calculated in bursts and shell counts. Psycho-indoctrination followed the knives. Words became chains inside the skull. Images burned into memory. Compliance, discipline, obedience. The Emperor, the Primarch, the Legion. Murder made sacred by command. Terror made lawful by necessity. He learned the weaknesses of the human body in tactical diagrams. He learned how crowds broke, how officers lied, how populations obeyed when given a corpse to contemplate. He learned to strip weapons blindfolded, recite ballistic tolerances under pain, identify armor patterns by impact sound, and kill with a blade, a bolter, a hand, a word, a silence. When the Legion masters called him brother, he did not feel honored. He felt completed. The 8th Legion took the dark things Nostramo made and gave them ceramite, gene seed, bolters, voidcraft, and sanction. The Imperium called them Space Marines, bio-forged angels of death, superhuman warriors, the finest weapons of mankind's conquest. But the other legions never looked at the Night Lords as brothers for long. Not after the first compliance. Not after they saw what the sons of Kurz considered efficient. The Great Crusade moved like a machine made of faith, steel, and conquest. World after world was found, judged, and brought into the Imperial fold. Some knelt willingly before the Emperor's dream. Some resisted until cities were ash and their kings were dead. The legions were the mailed fist of that dream. The Imperial fists built fortresses and broke sieges with cold precision. The Ultramarines conquered and then ordered, measuring victory not merely in bodies, but in roads repaired, grain tithed, courts established, cities made useful. They were builders in blue and stone, warriors who believed the Imperium was something to be raised. The Night Lords did not raise. They descended. Talos first stood with First Claw beneath Vandred Anrathi during the Crusade, when their armor was less broken and their discipline had not yet decayed into the habits of starving pirates. Vandred commanded with the certainty of a blade already inside the enemy's throat. He wasted no motion. He wasted no words. Even then, before possession and ruin hollowed him into something theatrical and obscene, there had been cruelty in him. Controlled cruelty. Useful cruelty. First Claw moved as a single shadow beneath his orders. Zal was younger then, if such a word could be applied to an Astartes already blooded. He laughed less, and when he did laugh, it was usually as his chainsword found something soft enough to complain. He fought with direct brutality, already too fond of close work, already contemptuous of enemies who died without making him earn the kill. Yet there was discipline in him, because Vandred's wrath was colder than Zal's impatience. Syrian's smile was already there. It had perhaps always been there. He wore amusement like a noble wore perfume, lightly and with intention. He could speak gently to a trembling prisoner while selecting which joint to break first. He had a talent for understanding fear, and Talos mistrusted how naturally it came to him. In those days, it was simply skill. Later, it would become appetite. Uzas had not yet sunk so deep into red ruin. He was violent, yes, and eager, and his chain axe had already tasted more lives than most mortal armies would ever claim. But his thoughts were still, mostly his own. He muttered battle cant, not blood prayers. He took trophies, but did not kill crew for the sweetness of their panic. He obeyed. Mostly. They made worlds kneel. On Carthus Secundus, a planetary governor refused compliance from behind void shields and cathedral walls, declaring that no off-world tyrant would own his people. The Imperial army prepared siege lines. The Ultramarines delegation counselled terms and structured surrender. Vandred listened, then sent First Claw through the storm drains beneath the palace with skinning knives, suppressed bolters, and picked recorders. Before dawn, the governor's household hung from the palace spires in pieces, each face left intact enough for recognition. His own voice, harvested and remade by Legion tech adepts, pleaded across every Vox tower in the capital for obedience. The Void Shields came down before noon. On Thrain, a council of merchant princes funded rebellion across 3 continents. The Imperial Fists requested time to reduce their bastions. The Night Lords asked only for the names of their heirs. Every pick screen in the planetary capital showed the executions. Not quick, not hidden, not wasteful either. Each screen carried a message. Each body was positioned for maximum remembrance. By the next cycle, the merchant armies shot their officers, stacked their weapons in the streets, and waited for judgment. On Pelion's gate, the Night Lords did not attack the armies at all. They stole into the cities. They took judges, priests, broadcasters, schoolmasters, shrine keepers, officers' families, anyone whose absence made the populace look upward and wonder who might be next. Then they returned the bodies in public places, opened and arranged with instructional care. The planetary defense forces remained intact, fully armed, and entirely useless. No commander could move them. No soldier trusted the dark. No citizen opened a door after dusk. Compliance was achieved with fewer shells than a single hour of orbital bombardment. Talos believed in the mathematics of it. He did not yet hate the Imperium for its hypocrisy, though he saw the shape of that hypocrisy growing. They wanted worlds brought to heel swiftly. They wanted tithes secured, rebellion ended, routes opened, populations broken into obedience. They praised efficiency in sealed chambers and recoiled from the tools that made efficiency possible. Imperial commanders spoke of honor while asking the 8th Legion to terrify worlds into submission. Remembrances paled. Iterators fell silent. Administratum envoys refused to meet Night Lord's eyes after watching what their own orders had required. The Legion noticed. Bitterness came first as humor, then as contempt, then as identity. The noble legions looked at the sons of Kurz and saw butchers. The Night Lords looked back and saw cowards wearing virtue. What was the difference between a city killed by bombardment and a city spared by the murder of its rulers? What made a fortress assault noble when 10,000 mortals died screaming beneath artillery, while a dozen public executions were called monstrous? The answer was not morality. The answer was presentation. The Imperium preferred its cruelty at a distance. The Night Lords brought it close enough to smell. Over time, even the killing bored them. That was the first rot Talos truly feared, though he did not name it then. Not corruption in the sense of warp taint or mutation. Not yet. Something more mundane, more Nostraman, more fatal. The boredom of predators who had forgotten hunger. The impatience of warriors given prey too weak to respect. The resentment of being used and then condemned by those who lacked the stomach to look at their own reflection. Zal began seeking stronger enemies and despising worlds that surrendered too quickly. Syrian grew more elaborate with prisoners, claiming it served the objective, though Talos sometimes wondered whether the objective had become excuse. Uzas lingered too long after the fighting, standing among the bodies with his axe low and his breathing hard. Vandred saw it all and corrected only what threatened efficiency. Talos harvested gene seed from fallen brothers and told himself the Legion remained pure because its purpose remained pure. Then came the whispers from Terra. Not battlefield orders, not fresh compliances, not another world to break in the Emperor's name. Summons, accusation clothed as command, judgment written in gold, ink by men who had not walked Nostramo's alleys or heard a city fall silent beneath righteous terror. Conrad Kersey was to answer for the conduct of his legion. The Night Lords were to stand before the Empire they had served and explain why they had been exactly what the Emperor made them to be. In the Strategium, Vandred read the transmission once. The chamber was dark except for the pale glow of the hololithic seal rotating above the command dais. Talos stood with First Claw behind him. Zal's hands curled slowly into fists. Syrian's smile faded by the width of a knife edge. Uzas breathed through his teeth. No one spoke for a long moment. At last, Vandred looked up. His eyes were red in the gloom. "So," he said, voice soft through the chamber's vox pickups, "they bare their throats and blame the blade." Talos understood then, though he would only admit it centuries later. Obedience had begun to sour, not die, not yet. The Legion still wore Imperial colours. They still spoke the Emperor's name. They still carried compliance in their mission logs and mankind's destiny in their oaths. But hatred had found a door. And in the 8th Legion, doors were made to be opened in darkness. Terror burned beneath a sky murdered by its own defenders. The cradle of mankind had become a furnace of ash, steel, and prayer. Continents shook under bombardment. Oceans boiled along shorelines where lance strikes fell too low and too hot. Mountain ranges vanished beneath crawling storms of dust kicked up by massed armor, orbital debris, and the walking wrath of god engines. The Imperial Palace was no palace now. It was a continent of bastions, walls, shield domes, kill zones, gun keeps, trench networks, armoured processional ways, manufactorum redoubts, sanctum vaults, and corpse-filled approaches where whole armies had died for the length of a single street. Billions fought and died within sight of walls they would never touch. Mortal soldiers advanced in ranks so deep that no commander could see the end of them. They wore rags, carapace, void-sealed hazard suits, golden breastplates, penal collars, oath scrolls, gang tattoos, and the glazed eyes of men who had already watched too much to remain sane. Some marched beneath the Aquila, some marched beneath the Eye. Some no longer knew which banner they followed and killed, because the man beside them was killing. Titans strode through atomic ash, their void shields flickering like caged auroras, their war horns bellowing over the screams of entire districts. When their shields collapsed, city blocks vanished in the detonation of plasma reactors and ammunition vaults. When they fired, the horizon split. Above them, the void was a graveyard that still fought. Imperial warships bled atmosphere and men from rents in their flanks. Traitor vessels burned through minefields and lance storms, their hulls crawling with boarding torpedoes and strike craft. Dead ships drifted in stately ruin, their gun decks still firing by machine reflex, their crews charred at their stations. The heavens rained steel. Broken escorts fell like comets. Drop pods screamed through the atmosphere in burning swarms. Thunderhawks tumbled with wings torn away. Debris struck the palace shields and died as white fire across the domes. Everywhere men prayed. Everywhere the gods laughed. First Claw did not come to the walls as line infantry. That indignity was for the world eaters who hurled themselves against guns because rage had replaced strategy, and for the cult-drowned masses who believed screaming would make them immortal. It was for the iron warriors who measured death in angles, artillery, and acceptable loss. It was for the Death Guard who advanced through shelling with rotted patience, and for the Emperor's children who made atrocity into performance. The Night Lords came as knives. They descended into the cracks of the war, into the spaces no commander marked on a grand strategium hololith, because no sane army could fit there. They slid through maintenance arteries beneath the western bastions, through half-collapsed transit tunnels, through ash-choked drainage vaults where mortal corpses floated in chemical runoff. They used darkness, confusion, and the crush of armies to reach the places where fear mattered more than firepower. Command nodes, hab bunkers, astropathic choirs, rear echelon medici stations, Vox relay spires, munition lifts, refugee corridors, officer sanctums, places where panic could spread faster than a tank column and kill more efficiently than a bombardment. Vandred Anrathi led them then. He had not yet become a thing that wore command like a rotting cloak. He had not yet surrendered his flesh to the daemon that would one day twist his voice and hollow his eyes. On Terra, he was still a warrior of the 8th Legion in Midnight Plate, lightning markings split by soot and impact scars, his skull helm grinning through the chemical haze. He commanded First Claw with sharp gestures and soft orders. His cruelty had discipline. His violence had measure. When he raised a hand, warriors halted. When he pointed, men died. Talos followed him as apothecary, Narthesium locked to his vambrace, reductor tools housed in their blood-clean sheaths, bolter mag-clamped to his thigh, chain blade at his hip. The white of his apothecary markings had long ago become grey under ash and arterial spray. The red helix on his armour was cracked, scratched, and darkened by the fluids of loyalists and traitors alike. He moved behind his brothers, and among them, healer and executioner, gene seed thief and butcher priest. A shell struck the avenue above them. The ceiling of the transit artery broke in great slabs of ferrocrete. Mortal auxilia vanished beneath the collapse, their screams ending in wet crunches as masonry and armour smashed them flat. A Night Lord from another claw went down beneath falling stone, his legs crushed into ruined ceramite and red pulp. Talos reached him first. The warrior was still alive, because Astartes' bodies were stubborn things, and death often needed to be invited twice. "Brother," the fallen warrior voxed, breath bubbling. "My legs." "Gone," Talos said. He did not waste gentleness. He did not offer hope. Hope was a narcotic for mortals and chaplains. The warrior tried to laugh, but blood filled his helm. "Can you move me?" Talos scanned him through auto-senses. Both primary hearts were failing. Spine trauma, rib shearing, suspected secondary lung collapse, black carapace damage severe. No recovery worth the time, no evacuation possible, no apothecarian, no mercy, except efficiency. No, the warrior understood. He cursed once in Nostraman. Talos drove the reductor through the ruined breastplate with practiced force. The tool screamed as it bit through ceramite, fibre bundle, fused rib, and meat. The warrior spasmed. Talos ignored it. His gauntlet braced the corpse that had not yet become a corpse. He found the first progenoid with surgical familiarity, cut it free, sealed it into a stasis vial, then reached deeper for the second. Around him, bolter fire hammered down the tunnel. Loyalist las beams cut white slashes through smoke. A human soldier stumbled too close, saw what Talos was doing, and froze in horror. Talos shot him through the face without looking up. The bolter round detonated inside the man's skull and painted the tunnel wall with bone mist. "Done?" Vandred asked over the claw vox. "One gland viable, the other is damaged." "Take it anyway." Talos did. That was the war at terror. Not banners, not speeches, not the murals that would one day lie about glory. It was broken bodies in tunnels. It was brothers opened before they finished dying. It was ammunition counted by touch because targeting runes flickered under the weight of static. It was the palace eating armies and demanding more. First Claw moved on. They found the first relay tower beneath a district of worker habs pressed against the lower palace perimeter. Its upper structure had been shattered by artillery, but the Vox core remained alive beneath plasteel plating and a chapel of transmission saints. Loyalist auxilia held the approaches with autoguns, laslocks, heavy stubbers, and a single autocannon crew that had not yet learned despair. Zal taught them. He went through the barricade first, shoulder low, chainsword roaring in both hands. The autocannon turned towards him. It fired once. The shell struck his pauldron and spun him half aside, cracking ceramite, but not stopping him. The crew had time to scream before he was among them. His blade chewed through the gunner's arms, chest, and the weapon mount behind him, teeth throwing out sparks, blood, cloth, and wet chunks of rib. The loader tried to run. Zal caught him by the back of the skull and smashed his head against the autocannon breech until there was no face left to recognize. Syrian entered laughing, not loudly, never that. His laughter was mild, almost conversational, as he shot men who were looking at Zal. His bolter barked with calm precision. Each shell found a torso, a throat, a pelvis, a spine. He moved like a duelist bored by the quality of the room. When a wounded officer raised a plasma pistol with shaking hands, Syrian tilted his helm. "Ambitious," he said. The officer fired. The shot missed wide, burning a hole through a devotional banner and vaporizing a prayer bell. Syrian stepped close, pressed the muzzle of his bolter to the officer's stomach, and fired once. The man folded around the detonation and came apart in two directions. Uzas was quieter in those days, though not quiet. His chain axe howled as he waded through auxilia, sheltering behind ammunition crates. He killed too many. That was already true. He lingered on bodies. He struck after death had made the matter irrelevant. But he still obeyed when Vandred voxed his name with warning in the tone. He still turned away from the fleeing signal adepts when ordered to preserve them. Preserve did not mean spare. The Night Lords wired the captives into the Vox core with field cabling, bone hooks, and pain stimulants taken from a Medici pack. Talos did the delicate work because his hands were steady. He threaded wire through flesh and nerve clusters, ignoring their sobs. He connected one to the emergency broadcast throne, another to the auxiliary pain relay, another to the tower's cathedral speaker system. The tech thralls screamed prayers. The signal adepts begged in half a dozen dialects. One promised intelligence. Another promised access codes. The youngest one called for his mother until Syrian leaned close and whispered something that made him stop. Then Vandred spoke the order. The captives screamed retreat commands across 3 palace districts. They begged loyalist reserve columns to fall back. They shrieked that the inner routes were compromised. They howled that command had been overrun, that the Imperial fists were dead, that the Emperor had fled, that the traitors were inside the walls. Most of it was contradiction. Much of it was obvious falsehood to disciplined minds. It did not matter. Fear did not require belief. It required doubt. In the rear lines, doubt spread. Ammunition carts stalled. Medici convoys turned into the wrong access roads. Refugee columns surged against security gates. Commanders wasted time confirming orders that had never been given. A loyalist counterattack, arrived minutes late to a breach where minutes were the difference between containment and massacre. That was all First Claw needed. They moved again, deeper into the palace's wounded organs. At a medici station beneath a collapsed triumphal arch, they found rows of wounded loyalists laid beneath lumen strips and flapping purity seals. Imperial army surgeons worked beside Legion serfs, their aprons black with blood. Space Marines of the 7th Legion lay on reinforced slabs, yellow plate opened by surgical clamps, their bodies too stubborn to die and too damaged to rise. Talos could smell antiseptic beneath the copper and waste. He could hear the heartbeats, mortal hearts like panicked insects, Astartes' hearts like war drums refusing silence. Mercy would have been to pass them by. First Claw had no use for mercy. They seeded the station with charges, but left the wounded alive long enough to make the trap useful. Syrian found the Vox and sent a distress call in a loyalist serf's voice, guided by a blade resting against the man's spine. Talos placed charges beneath oxygen stores, promethium heaters, and surgical power feeds. Zal dragged corpses into convincing positions. Uzas watched the wounded Imperial fists and whispered to his axe. One of the loyalist warriors turned his helm toward Talos. His faceplate was cracked. One eye lens remained lit. "Traitor," the Imperial fist said. Talos paused beside him. "Yes, you were made to defend mankind." Talos looked around the station, at the wounded, at the screaming, at the charges hidden beneath beds, at the palace dying one corridor at a time. "So were you," he said. He left the loyalist alive. The rescue force arrived 7 minutes later. Auxilia medici bearers first, then armoured infantry, then 2 Imperial fists in battle plate. The station became white fire. The explosion lifted the arch above it, blew bodies, into the avenue, and filled the underpass with burning oxygen and shrapnel. Astartes died in the blast. Mortals died by the hundreds. The surviving loyalists found the Night Lords waiting in the smoke. Mercutian's heavy bolter opened the next kill. He had been assigned to First Claw for that operation by Vandred's command, already formal, already cold, already possessed of the aristocratic stillness that made him seem carved rather than born. His weapon hammered in controlled bursts. Mass reactive shells punched through boarding shields, torsos, stone columns, and the men behind them. The sound was deeper than bolter fire, a brutal percussion that flattened courage. Loyalist infantry disappeared in red impacts. One Imperial fist took 3 shells to the chest, staggered, raised his bolter, and took 2 more through the helm. His skull burst inside his warplate, and he fell without speaking. Volkite beams answered from the far side of the avenue. The first cut through a Night Lord from Second Claw, reducing his torso to a smoking ruin as flesh and armour flash-burned from within. The second struck the wall beside Talos and filled his retinal display with warning runes. Heat washed over him. His armour screamed complaint. He rolled behind a broken statue and saw the loyalist Volkite squad advancing through smoke, their weapons glowing with sun-hot malice. Vandred marked them with a gesture. First Claw struck from 3 angles. Zal hit the left flank, smashing through mortal infantry to reach the gun crew. Syrian pinned the right with bolter fire and false vox chatter, mimicking loyalist call signs well enough to make one warrior turn at the wrong instant. Uzas came over the rubble like an animal, chain axe biting into a Volkite weapon and the arms behind it. Talos moved through the centre because one of Vandred's brothers had fallen there, and the progenoid glands had to be reclaimed before Flame took them. He reached the downed Night Lord under fire. The warrior's helm was gone. His face had been cooked down to blackened bone and bursting fluids. Talos knelt, punched the reductor into the chest, and cut fast. A loyalist came at him with a combat blade, roaring an oath to the Emperor. Talos caught the man's wrist, snapped it, and drove the reductor up under his jaw. The tool meant to preserve gene seed punched into the loyalist's skull and scrambled the brain stem. The man convulsed once and collapsed against him. Talos threw the body aside. Then the ground opened. A seed shell, or a buried magazine, or some nameless god's laughter. Talos never knew. The avenue lifted. Stone became knives. Fire became air. His world turned into impact warnings, static, pain, and red blindness. He struck something hard enough to crack the edge of his helm. His narthecium screamed across the vox, systems damaged. His left leg refused to answer. His right arm spasmed around nothing. Through the smoke, an Imperial fist emerged. The loyalist was huge, plate scorched yellow and black, shield gone, power sword still lit. Half his helm had been torn away. One eye stared through blood. He walked with the certainty of a warrior who had found one last duty and would spend all remaining life upon it. Talos tried to lift his bolter. It was gone. He reached for his blade. His fingers did not close. The Imperial fist raised the sword. Vandred hit him from the side. The first claw leader struck like midnight given mass. His blade drove beneath the loyalist's raised arm, finding the weakened seam between breastplate and pauldron. His other hand clamped the Imperial fist's helm and wrenched hard enough to tear cables, flesh, and bone. The loyalist punched him once, cracking Vandred's chestplate, but Vandred did not release. He drove his knee into the warrior's damaged abdomen, tore the blade free, then rammed it through the loyalist's throat seal. The Imperial fist died standing for half a heartbeat. Vandred kicked him down. Talos lay amid rubble, blood hammering through both hearts, his display flickering. Vandred stood over him, black armor burning at the edges, helm lenses red in the smoke. "You owe me," Vandred said. Talos managed to breathe. "A poor investment." "Most of my investments are." Vandred hauled him upright with one hand. That was the blood debt, not spoken as ritual, not sealed beneath banners, no oaths, no clasped wrists, no witnesses that mattered, only a life saved. In the furnace of terror by a brother who would one day become something Talos could not forgive and could not easily hate. The debt sank deeper than gratitude. Gratitude fades. Debt remains. It waits. It poisons judgment when judgment is most needed. The siege went on. First Claw killed through hours that became cycles, and cycles that became a single endless night of smoke. They drove civilians into kill zones to slow loyalist counterattacks, not from frenzy, but calculation. A crowd fleeing in terror could clog an armored avenue more effectively than a collapsed bridge. They hung prisoners from signal masts with blasting charges beneath their ribs, so rescue attempts became fountains of meat and shrapnel. They painted false route markings in blood and redirected refugee columns into minefields. They murdered astropaths before messages could leave and left their bodies seated in choir thrones, mouths sewn open, psychic hoods still humming. They did not chant to the gods. That set them apart, even among the traitor host. The word-bearers screamed sermons into the smoke and saw divinity in every wound. The Emperor's children sang as they killed. The World Eaters had become an avalanche of chain axes and red froth. The sons of Horus fought for their war master's pride. The Thousand Sons moved like ghosts wrapped in sorcery. Everywhere around them, madness wore banners. First Claw fought for older things. vengeance, pride, bitterness, the memory of being used, the memory of being judged, the certainty that the Imperium had always been a lie, and that they, the monsters it had made, were merely honest enough to stop pretending. Then Horus died. The truth came first as broken Vox traffic. Denial followed, then rage, then silence from command channels that should never have gone silent. Across the traitor lines, the assault stuttered. Momentum bled away. Orders contradicted one another. Some commanders called for renewed attack. Others called for withdrawal. Some ships in orbit turned their guns on escape corridors to clear routes through their own allies. The palace did not fall. The Emperor did not kneel. The War Master's dream collapsed into panic, fire, and the ugly mathematics of retreat. First Claw withdrew through tunnels filled with their own dead. They left brothers behind because there was no time to carry them. Talos harvested what gene seed he could until Vandred ordered him onward. Uzas raged against the retreat and had to be struck hard enough by Zal to remember obedience. Syrian said nothing for once. Mercutian expended the last of his heavy bolter ammunition, holding a junction against pursuing loyalists, then used the weapon as a club when the belts ran dry. Above them, terror burned brighter than any Nostrum dawn. They reached extraction beneath a sky of falling ships. Thunderhawks lifted through smoke, some full, some half empty, some burning before their landing claws cleared the ground. Loyalist guns tracked them. Traitor craft collided in the crush. The palace receded below, unconquered and bleeding, a wounded beast too vast to kill. Talos stood at the open assault ramp as the gunship climbed. The wind tore ash around him. His armor was cracked. His Narthesium was nearly ruined. Stasis vials of stolen progenoids hung at his belt like small, cold accusations. Below, the horizon was fire from end to end. The world they had tried to break endured. The empire they had helped build had refused to die. He watched terror shrink beneath smoke and flame. Somewhere below, the Emperor still lived, or something like life clung to him. Somewhere behind them, Horus was dead. Around Talos, the traitor legions fled into darkness, unity dying with every ship that broke formation. The war was not over. It had simply changed shape. Talos understood then that mankind would never forgive them. He also understood that forgiveness no longer mattered. The Imperium they had forged with blade, bolter, terror, and blood would spend eternity hunting them through the stars. It would name them heretics, monsters, traitors. It would send fleets, chapters, assassins, saints, inquisitors, and armies without number. It would curse them in every cathedral and teach children to fear their name. Talos looked back at terror's burning horizon until cloud and void swallowed it. Then he turned away. The long war waited in the dark. The father died in darkness, and the sons learned how empty the night could be. Tagualsa remembered the murder long after the blood had dried. The world was a corpse-stone shrine of black rock, cold wind, and ruined halls where the 8th Legion had gathered to hear the last words of Conrad Cursor. Its fortress chambers had once carried the breath of a Primarch. Its walls had once shuddered beneath the tread of warriors who believed, in their own poisoned way, that they were witnessing prophecy fulfilled. Kurz had not hidden from death. He had welcomed the assassins sent to kill him, because in dying he could prove the Imperium's hypocrisy one last time. He could prove that the father who called himself Emperor had made monsters, used them, condemned them, and then sent a blade to silence the truth. That was what the Night Lords told themselves. It was easier than admitting they had watched their god die and done nothing. His death did not unite them. It shattered them. The 8th Legion had never been built on love. It had been built on fear, blood, shared origin, and the cold gravity of Kurz's presence. Without him, the old structure cracked. Companies became warbands. Captains became petty kings. Claws became knives turned inward. The legion that had once darkened worlds in disciplined terror dissolved into splintered predators, each bearing some fragment of their father's madness and calling it inheritance. They fled from Tsagualsa into the eye and the outer dark, not as a conquering legion, but as carrion survivors. Their fleets scattered, their oaths soured, their armories emptied, their slaves died, their ships aged, their brothers turned on one another for command, ammunition, relics, slaves, gene seed, and insults too small for sane men to remember. They had been the Emperor's perfect terror weapon. Now they were blades without a hand. Talos Valcoran had not wept for Kurz. He had stood in the aftermath beneath a ceiling of black stone, his skull helm locked under one arm, the face beneath pale and bloodless in the cold gloom. Around him, warriors argued in murmurs edged like knives. Some spoke of vengeance, some of prophecy, some of betrayal. Some simply stared at the corpse throne where their father's shadow still seemed to linger. Talos had listened to them and felt something inside himself harden beyond grief. The Night Haunter had been right. The Night Haunter had been wrong. The two truths warred inside him for centuries. What remained after the Primarch's death was duty without purpose. Malkarian the War Sage had become a monument before he became a corpse in iron. Once he had led 10th Company with the weight of a legend, a warrior whose name carried through the Legion like a blade being drawn. After wounds no living body could endure, he was interred within a dreadnought sarcophagus, entombed in adamantium and hatred, awakened only when war demanded the counsel of an ancient murderer. His interment left a wound in the company's command structure that no one truly healed. Vandred Anrathi rose into that wound. He had been First Claw's leader, sharp and capable, a warrior who had saved Talos on Terra when the palace was burning and the War Master's dream was dying. Vandred understood command as violence restrained until the exact moment release became useful. He had earned obedience through competence, and among the Night Lords, competence was rarer than cruelty. When he took command of 10th Company, few loved him. That did not matter. Love was a weakness for poets, priests, and corpses waiting for knives. Talos remained what he had always been, and became something more despite it. He never wore the title with ceremony. He never rose in the clean order of ranks the Ultramarines would have written into a codex, or the Imperial fists would have carved into fortress stone. He remained apothecary, gene seed harvester, surgeon, executioner, prophet cursed with visions he despised. Yet in First Claw, command bent toward him. Orders passed through his judgment. Brothers who would not kneel to him still looked his way when the killing began. He became de facto sergeant because the company had rotted past formalities, and because someone had to carry the curse of decision. The Covenant of Blood carried them through the centuries. The strike cruiser had once been beautiful in the manner of Imperial warships, which was to say it had been immense, brutal, sacred, and arrogant. Its spine ran with macro cannon decks, launch bays, reliquary vaults, armories, crew arteries, chapel halls profaned by old murders, and engine sanctums where tech thralls whispered to machines that had learned resentment. Time diminished it. War diminished it. The eye gnawed at it. The long war made scavengers of all things, even ships. Its corridors were black by preference and failure both. Some lumen strips had been killed deliberately in honor of Nostroman eyes. Others had simply died and gone unrepaired because glass, wire, and functioning relays were luxuries aboard a starving vessel. Damaged servitors dragged themselves through maintenance shafts on sparking limbs, still obeying orders given by masters dead for centuries. Half of them had missing faces. Some had no lower bodies. One recited ammunition tallies in a dead language while carrying an empty crate from hold to hold, because its mind had broken around a task no longer needed. The armories were temples to scarcity. Bolter shells were counted and recounted. Chainblade teeth were scavenged from the dead. Plasma cells were locked behind oaths and threats. Armor plates bore colors beneath colors. Midnight blue laid over stolen crimson, blackened yellow, scraped green, and once proud loyalist heraldry hammered flat under trophies and filth. Purity seals taken from corpses hung beside flayed skin. Oath papers from the Great Crusade curled beneath strips of dried flesh. Every warrior wore memory as camouflage for shame. The launch bays were worse. Thunderhawks sat in darkness like wounded beasts. Their machine spirits sulked within patched frames, their wings scarred by re-entry burns, their landing claws cracked, their assault ramps repaired with mismatched plating. Mortal crews worked beneath them with soft steps and downcast eyes, offering oils, whispered apologies, and blood from split palms. A slave who dropped a tool too loudly could earn a backhand that broke his spine. A slave who repaired a targeting array before battle might live another year. That was how humans survived among the Night Lords. Usefulness was breath. Fear was posture. Silence was armor. Septimus knew this better than most. He had learned the Covenant's dark by counting his steps, measuring his breath, and listening for the difference between human footfalls and Astartes' tread. He knew which corridors belonged to certain claws, which shrines to avoid, which bulkhead seams whistled before depressurization, which servitors bit when startled, and which warriors enjoyed being greeted. He served Talos as artificer, serf, pilot, armor tender, errand slave, and witness. He knew the smell of his master's warplate after battle. He knew how to clean blood from the joints without damaging fiber bundles. He knew the soft click of Talos's gauntlet before a gesture became an order. He also knew when not to speak. On the night 10th Company's command gathered in the Strategium, Septimus stood behind his master and slightly to the left, close enough to be summoned, far enough to be forgotten. It was the safest place aboard the ship, and one of the most dangerous. The Strategium was a cathedral of old war, its vaulted ceiling lost in darkness, its hololithic table flickering with wounded light. The display stuttered, projecting fragments of stars, fleet ghosts, and the pale wireframe of an Imperial world rotating beneath static. Brass censers swung from chains, though their incense could not overcome the smell of oil, old blood, and something sweetly rotten. The Exalted waited at the far end of the chamber. Once, he had been Vandred Anrathi. Talos could still see the shape of the warrior who had saved him on Terra, if he looked hard enough, and hated himself for trying. The stance remained in fragments. The voice sometimes returned in certain words. The old command presence flickered through the thing like a candle seen behind stained glass. But the body had changed. His warplate had become less armor than growth, warped around swollen muscle and demonic pressure. Horned ridges rose where clean ceramite had once been. Cables twitched like veins. His gauntlets ended in talons that clicked softly against the edge of the command dais. A helm with a monstrous faceplate hung from his hip, though his exposed features were worse than any helm. too expressive, too theatrical, too hungry. When he smiled, the demons smiled first. Malek and Garadon stood at either side of him, Atramentar in Terminator plate, black and immense, their armour heavy, with old elite arrogance. They were not guards in the mortal sense. They were executioners waiting for etiquette to fail. Their lightning claws and combi weapons rested idle, but Septimus could feel them watching. Not with eyes, not entirely. With the stillness of predators large enough to make movement unnecessary. Talos stood before the Exalted without bowing. That was the first mistake, if one measured mistakes by survivability rather than dignity. "Report," the Exalted said. His voice was layered, Vandred's old tone beneath something that made the air taste metallic. "We lost brothers at Carthax for nothing," Talos said. "Second Claw is reduced to remnants. Fifth Claw has no functioning heavy weapons. The Raptors took slaves instead of the Prometheum stockpiles they were ordered to seize. The armory cannot sustain another engagement of that length." A low murmur passed through the gathered Night Lords. The Exalted widened his smile. "You mistake victory for waste." "No, I mistake waste for waste." Septimus felt his throat tighten. "Do not breathe loudly," he told himself. "Do not shift. Do not stare at the Atramentar. Do not be worth noticing." Garadon's claws flexed once. The sound was very soft. It carried across the chamber like a promise. Syrian leaned against a column to Talos's right, arms folded, skull-helm mag locked to his thigh. "In fairness, Lord, the Prometheum would have been useful. Screaming slaves warm the halls, but they do not fuel thunderhawks." The Exalted's gaze slid toward him. "You find humour in deprivation. I find humour everywhere. It keeps the centuries brief." Zal stood beside Talos, bareheaded, scarred features set in open contempt. "We are bleeding ourselves hollow. Let him say it if no one else will." "Careful," Mercutian said from the shadows. Zal turned slightly. "Was that advice?" "A warning. You may interpret it as generosity." Uzas crouched near the edge of the hololith's pale light, one hand on his chain axe, the other twitching against his knee. He rocked almost imperceptibly. "Blood paid," he muttered. "Blood wasted. Blood owed. Blood for the skull throne." The chamber went still around that last whisper. Talos looked at him. "Enough." Uzas's head snapped toward him. For a heartbeat, the Berserker's eyes were not brother's eyes. They were pits with red things moving far below. Then he blinked, and some splinter of the old warrior returned. "Enough," Uzas echoed, as if tasting the word and finding no meat in it. The Exalted laughed. It was not Vandred's laugh. Vandred had never laughed that way. The sound was too wet, too delighted by the discomfort it caused. "Listen to yourselves, clinging to numbers, shells, fuel, gene seed, lives. You sound like administratum curs tallying the value of a dead world." "Those numbers are why we still exist," Talos said. "Barely." There it was. The truth no one wanted voiced. 10th Company was dying, not with one glorious wound, not with banners snapping, and oaths shouted beneath a poisoned sky. It was dying by attrition, by corrosion, by betrayal, by small losses that could never be replaced. Barely dozens of Astartes remained where once hundreds had walked the Covenant's halls. Every brother lost was not merely a casualty. He was a weapon gone forever, a memory severed, a gene line endangered, a suit of armor needing another body that might never come. They raided for ammunition and called it war. They stole slaves and called it tribute. They hunted isolated prey and called it vengeance. The trophies grew more elaborate as the truth became harder to hide. They were not a company anymore. They were a war band wearing the skin of one. The Exalted descended one step from the dais. His talons scraped the metal. You presume to measure my command, Soul Hunter. I measure our survival. You measure fear. No, Talos said. We spend fear. We manufacture it in others and pretend it makes us rich. It does not. It wins battles. It does not rebuild claws. It does not refill magazines. It does not replace warriors you throw into siege lines because the thing inside you enjoys spectacle. Malik moved. Only a fraction. A shift of Terminator weight. But the deck complained beneath him, and every warrior in the chamber understood the language of imminent violence. Septimus's mouth went dry. He stared at the back of Talos's armor, at the old scars in the midnight blue plate, at the skulls chained from the belt, at the Narthesium mounted on the vambrace. His master did not step back. Septimus hated him for that and loved him for it. In the broken way slaves loved masters who gave their terror a shape. The Exalted's face twitched. For an instant, Vandred looked out. Not fully, not enough. But the old eyes were there, buried deep in demonic flesh, furious and ashamed and trapped behind a smile that belonged to something else. Talos saw it. He wished he had not. The blood debt stirred inside him, old and unwanted. Terror, smoke, a fallen loyalist. Vandred hauling him upright from death's reach. You owe me. Then the demon returned to the surface. You are useful, the Exalted said softly. That is why your tongue remains in your skull. Then keep using me, Talos replied. Do not waste what little remains of us. Syrian exhaled a small laugh. A touching plea for fiscal responsibility from a murderer. Zarl ignored him. Give us a target worth the shells. Mercutian stepped into clearer view, heavy bolter-mag locked across his back like a threat carried politely. Or give us time to repair, replenish, and choose one. Uzas whispered again, but this time the words were too low for Septimus to hear. He was almost grateful. The Exalted turned back toward the hololith. The Imperial world shimmered in broken blue light above the table. Hive spires rose as pale needles. Orbital defense icons blinked. Fleet lanes crawled in green. Population numbers scrolled and vanished as the projector failed to maintain coherence. A fat world, a loyal world, a world with manufactoria, fuel stores, astropathic relays, and billions of throats. We will descend, the Exalted said. We will burn their outworks, blind their astropaths, and take what we require. Then we strike command first, Talos said. Not the walls, not the militia musters. Command, Vox, power, planetary defense coordination. Break the brain and the limbs will thrash uselessly. You will have your little terror war, the Exalted said. Take first claw. Take slaves enough to carry plunder. Take your mortal pilot, if the wretch can keep blackened from falling out of the sky. Septimus lowered his eyes, because being insulted by the Exalted was safer than being considered by him. Septimus flies better than half the dead men we used to trust, Syrian said. High praise, Zal muttered, from a brother who has crashed twice. Once. The second was a hostile landing. It was upside down. A matter of perspective. Talos felt the beginning of irritation, and with it, the familiar thread of command tightening around his throat. This was first claw. Mockery beside murder. Loyalty expressed through insult. Madness tolerated because usefulness had not yet expired. Every one of them a blade chipped by centuries, still sharp enough to kill the hand that held it. The strategium dissolved into orders, armory allocations, launch windows, crew assignments, kill priorities, Vox intrusion rites, slave muster tallies, no prayers, no speeches. The Night Lords had never needed banners to make them cruel. Later, after the council ended, Septimus followed Talos through the dark corridors of the Covenant. He carried a repair casket in both hands. Its contents rattled softly with each step. Replacement seals, fibre patches, Auspex calibration pins. A cracked lens cover he hoped could still be made useful. Ahead of him, Talos walked without lamp or hesitation. To the Astartes, darkness was not absence. It was home. "Speak," Talos said. Septimus almost stumbled. "Lord, you have been holding your breath since the Strategium. I did not wish to offend." That was not an answer. Septimus swallowed. The air tasted of metal. Somewhere behind the bulkheads, a servitor screamed once and then continued screaming at a lower volume. "I feared they would kill you, Lord. They may yet. I would prefer they did not." Talos glanced back. The red lenses of his helm were not lit because he carried it beneath one arm, yet Septimus imagined them burning all the same. "For practical reasons?" Talos asked. "Yes, Lord." "And?" Septimus considered lying. He had lied to Talos only once and still felt the weight of it like a blade near his throat. "And because I know your armor better than theirs," he said. Talos stared at him for a long moment. Then he continued walking. Acceptable. They reached the arming chamber. First Claw's war gear waited in the black. Zal's double-handed chainsword hung from its cradle. Sirion's bolter lay stripped into components beside a row of cleaned blades. Uzas's chain axe rested on the deck as if no rack wanted to hold it. Mercutian's heavy bolter sat beneath devotional strips written in a steady hand. Talos's weapons waited apart. Aurum, the stolen golden blade. Anathema, the blade with the name like a curse. Talos looked at them, and the vision struck. It did not announce itself. It never did. Reality split behind his eyes. The arming chamber vanished. Pain became light. Light became blood. He heard wings beating in the void, though no wings could beat there. He saw red armor advancing through darkness, polished despite war, noble despite hatred. Blood angels, sons of Sanguinius. Their helms were death masks and angel faces, their bolters raised, their wrath bright enough to offend the dark. He saw Aurum shining in a dead corridor, golden and abandoned, its edge wet with blood that steamed in vacuum. He saw a dreadnought lying broken, ancient sarcophagus cracked open, its warrior soul extinguished or screaming too deep to hear. Claw marks scored its sarcophagus plating. Auto-cannon barrels lay torn aside. Fire guttered around it in bubbles, starved by failing air. He saw the covenant of blood from outside, wounded and magnificent, its hull split along the spine, atmosphere bleeding into the void in glittering white streams. Men froze as they were pulled screaming from ruptured decks. Bodies tumbled away from the ship like offerings rejected by uncaring stars. Defense turrets fired without targeting solutions. Launch bays yawned open to darkness. The machine spirit howled, not in fear, but rage at the indignity of dying. Then he saw Vandred's face, then the Exalted's, then both at once. Talos slammed one gauntlet into the weapon rack hard enough to bend the metal. Septimus dropped the repair casket, tools scattered across the deck. "My lord," Talos breathed through clenched teeth. Both hearts thundered. The vision retreated in strips, leaving behind after images and the taste of ash. For a moment, he was on Terror again. For a moment, he was on Sagualsa. For a moment, he stood in every failure his bloodline had ever earned. He looked down at Aurum. The golden blade waited in the dark. Blood angels, he said. Septimus did not ask how he knew. That was another rule of survival aboard the Covenant of Blood. When the prophets spoke of death, the wise prepared for it. They did not question whether it was coming. The derelict had no name that mattered. It drifted between stars with its engines cold, its reactor heart dead, and its hull split open in 3 places where old Lancefire had carved through armour and deck plating with the merciless indifference of void war. Once, it had been a vessel of mankind, perhaps a pilgrim carrier, perhaps a munition hauler, perhaps one of the 10,000 forgotten service craft that bled across Imperial shipping lanes until they were lost, reassigned, sacrificed, or eaten by the dark. Now it was only a carcass of adamantium and frozen prayers, tumbling slowly through black space, while its last corpses clung to walls, harnesses, devotional alcoves, and command thrones. The Covenant of Blood watched it from the dark. Talos stood in the assault bay of the Thunderhawk blackened as the gunship crossed the last distance between hunter and corpse. The interior smelled of oil, dry blood, hot cables, and the stale breath of warriors sealed inside ancient plate. His helm display painted the derelict in layers of threat rune and structural estimate. Breach points glowed in pale amber. Pressure warnings blinked. Radiation zones crawled like diseased stains through the wireframe projection. The boarding route plotted by the Covenant's tired augurs showed a path through a torn cargo spine, down into a chapel gallery, and then toward the machine decks where salvage might still be found. Might. That was the word that ruled them now. Might find shells. Might find coils. Might find sealed servitors still worth reprogramming. Might find armor seals, plasma regulators, fuel reserves, medici stocks, data cores, gene vault fragments, anything with worth enough to justify the risk of boarding an airless tomb. Glory had nothing to do with it. Glory was for fresher legions and fools with full magazines. Blackened slammed into the derelict with a clang that shivered through the Thunderhawk's bones. The assault ramp dropped into vacuum. There was no wind, no smoke, no sound beyond the transmission of vibration through boots and armor. Beyond the ramp waited a corridor without atmosphere, its walls rimed with white frost, its lumen strips dead, its deck littered with shell casings and brittle fragments of men who had died too long ago to stink. Blood floated in frozen beads where some ancient firefight had thrown it from bodies before the air escaped. It glimmered in Talos's helm lights like garnets scattered for dead kings. First Claw entered the hulk. Mercutian went first to the left, heavy bolter locked to his harness, barrel low, movement measured. Zal moved with him, double-handed Chainsword mag locked across his back, shoulders rolling with the impatience of a beast made to stalk when it wanted to charge. Syrian drifted to the right, his bolter raised, skull helm tilted as if amused by the silence. Uzas came last, axe in both hands, helmet lenses burning red and restless. His breath rasped across the squad vox, too fast for patience, too slow for calm. Talos stepped down from the ramp and felt the machine spirit of his Mark IV plate awaken around him. The armor was old enough to remember wars before the heresy. It clung to him through the black carapace, reading nerve impulse, muscle tension, pulse rate, ocular focus, and the minute shifts of his balance. Servo muscles purred, joint seals flexed, autosensors drank in the dead ship's cold. Runes flowed across his retinal display, ammunition count, pressure integrity, suit temperature, toxin absence, squad telemetry, Auspex ghosting, weapon readiness, heart rates. First Claw appeared as icons in the corner of his sight, each one a flicker of midnight identity moving through ruin. Spread by pairs, Talos voxed. No open transmissions outside the claw. Salvage priority remains munitions, reactor components, servitors, armor seals, and cogitator cores. Do not waste shells on corpses unless they move. They always say that, Syrian replied. Then the corpses move. Then kill them efficiently. Zal gave a low chuckle. There goes the pleasure of the evening. Uzas breathed something too low for the vox to resolve. Talos caught only one word. Blood. Uzas, he said. The berserker's icon stuttered as he halted. I hear you. Do more than hear. For several seconds, there was only static and the old groaning of the derelict transmitted through their boots. I obey, Uzas said. Syrian's voice slid into the link. Auspicious. Mark the day. Our brother has discovered restraint. Mock me closer, Uzas whispered. Later. Talos cut their channel down to command priority and moved ahead. The derelict's chapel gallery had become a cathedral to failed faith. Statues of Imperial saints hung from the ceiling on broken grav hooks, drifting slightly in the weak vibration of the hulk's slow rotation. Their faces had cracked under thermal shock. Their painted eyes stared at nothing. Rows of pews lay overturned. Pilgrim corpses floated where decompression had taken them. Rosaries frozen around fingers, mouths open, lungs emptied into the void with whatever prayers had filled them at the end. A preacher remained chained to his pulpit, not by accident. His head was gone. His robes were stiff with frozen blood. Zal looked up at the bodies. Somebody came here before us. Many somebodies, Mercutian said. His autosenses swept the gallery. Bolter impacts, last scoring, blade marks, older than a century, newer than the hull breach. Useful. Not yet. Talos advanced through the frozen congregation. His gauntlet brushed a corpse aside. It turned slowly, jaw hanging, eyes burst from pressure loss. In the silence, the motion had the slow grace of a drowning man. The Night Lords did not hurry. That, too, was doctrine. A poor hunter hid until the last instant and called it skill. A carrion thing waited for weakness and mistook scavenging for dominance. The sons of Nostramo had learned something colder. Let prey glimpse the shape in the dark. Let them hear a scrape against metal. Let the vox click open and, close with no voice. Let them wonder whether the shadow ahead had moved or whether fear had begun to feed on their senses. Panic made men loud. Panic made transhumans predictable. Even gene-forged warriors carried old animal instincts beneath discipline. Fear did not always break them, but it pulled at their attention. It forced decisions. It made hands tighten, eyes track the wrong angle, trigger fingers answer ghosts. Night Lords did not merely kill. They prepared the mind for death before the blade arrived. Talos blink-clicked the rune for prey sight. The world changed. The dead ship became blue-black ruin. Metal cooled into abyssal shades. Frost shone faintly. Recent motion became thin smears of residual warmth. His brothers glowed in brilliant spectral outlines, massive and predatory in the dark. Then, farther ahead, beyond a torn bulkhead and down a spinal access corridor, he saw something else. Heat. Small, disciplined, moving, not mortals. Contact, Talos voxed. First claw stilled. How many? Mercutian asked. 4. Enhanced physiology. Not full plate signatures. Scouts. Syrian laughed softly. Children with knives. Blood angels, Talos said. The laughter faded, replaced by something sharper. Even Uzas stopped breathing so loudly. Talos looked down at his hip, where Orym rested in its scabbard. The blade was too beautiful for the hands that held it. Gold chased the guard. Angelic wings curled around the hilt. Its edge had killed loyalists, traitors, Xenos, and brothers who had thought greed stronger than Talos's claim. It had belonged to the sons of Sanguinius before he took it by conquest. The Blood Angels had never forgotten. "Here for the sword," Zal said. "Here to die for it," Syrian corrected. Talos considered the heat signatures. They moved in pairs, careful, disciplined, using the Hulk's structure intelligently. Their equipment limited them. Void suits over scout armor, rebreathers, mag boots, Auspex units, bolters carried close, blades ready. They were not fools. Blood Angels rarely were. They were initiates, yes, but initiates of a noble bloodline, trained beneath the weight of angelic expectation and genetic rage. They would be brave. They would be skilled. They would believe courage could survive the dark. The thought almost saddened him. Almost. "Do not vox outside the claw," Talos said. "Let them search." "Let them?" Zal asked. "Yes." Syrian's icon shifted. "Ah, we are educating. We are hunting." First claw separated into the derelict. Mercutian took position in a maintenance junction where 3 corridors met around a collapsed shrine to the machine god. His heavy bolter faced through a wall too thin to matter against mass reactive fire. Zal climbed through a torn service shaft, his armor grinding softly as he forced his bulk through a passage meant for mortals and servitors. Syrian moved toward the chapel galleries, cutting his external vox open just long enough to let a breath of static bleed into the loyalists' channels. Uzas was ordered to hold at the cargo spine. He did not like it. Talos felt the berserker's resentment through silence. The first Blood Angels found Syrian's work. A human corpse had been moved into their path. Not freshly killed. Not touched with gore for theatre. Just positioned kneeling in the corridor, hands folded around a broken Aquila, head turned toward the direction from which the scouts would come. Its frozen mouth had been opened wider than death required. A length of wire ran from the corpse's throat into a dead vox grill in the wall. When the scouts approached, Syrian sent a whisper through the grill. "Turn back." The words were not loud. They did not need to be. They trembled through the dead ship on a carrier wave of static, intimate as breath against the ear. The scouts halted. Talos watched them through prey sight from above, clamped to a ceiling gantry in a corridor where the gravity had failed. Their heat signatures flared with controlled stress. One gestured in battle sign. Another swept his bolter upward. Their helmet lamps cut white spears through darkness. But Talos was not where the lights searched. He let his gauntlets scrape once against the gantry. The lamps snapped toward the sound. He was already gone. The trap began to tighten. Zal struck first, not because he was impatient, but because violence at the right moment could become a doctrine of its own. The second scout pair passed beneath a ruptured loading arch, moving with weapons high and backs angled to cover one another. Good formation, good discipline. Zal dropped from the shadows like a falling statue. His boots hit one scout's shoulders and drove him into the deck hard enough to crack the faceplate of the void suit and shatter the collar beneath. The loyalist's bolter fired once, the shell punching into the wall and detonating harmlessly. Zal's chainsword came free in both hands before the second scout completed his turn. The Night Lord did not challenge him, did not offer his name, did not honor the bloodline. He simply killed. The double-handed chain blade roared through the scout's bolter, then through the forearm behind it, then into the chest. Ceramite scout plate resisted for a heartbeat. Transhuman bone resisted for less. The blade clogged, spat red crystals of frozen blood, tore deeper, and kicked the dying angel backward in pieces. Zal wrenched the weapon free with contempt. "Two," he voxed. "The crushed one lives," Mercutian observed. Zal looked down. The pinned scout's body twitched beneath his boot, one hand clawing for a combat blade. "Correction," Zal said. His boot came down again. "Two." Syrian found the other pair before Talos chose to end them. He did not attack. That would have been crude. He stayed near enough for them to detect motion, then far enough that every Auspec's return could be doubted. He let them see a shape cross a corridor. He let them hear armor scrape. He pulsed fragments of stolen blood angel vox cant into their channel, half words, half screams, enough to imply that their brothers were alive and suffering somewhere ahead. They quickened despite themselves. Duty pulled them. Brotherhood pulled them. Fear did the rest. Talos monitored their biometrics through heat alone. Elevated respiration, increased muscular tension. One was angry, the other afraid and ashamed of it. Syrian would sense it more intimately. That was what made him dangerous beyond his bolter and blade. He did not merely observe fear, he tasted its edges. It changed him in ways Talos disliked to name. "You linger," Talos voxed. "They are ripening. They are not fruit. Everything is, with patience." Before Talos could answer, Uzas broke formation. His icon surged from the cargo spine, moving fast. "Uzas!" Talos snapped. The answer was a growl. The berserker came through a corpse-choked corridor in a storm of motion, Chainax already screaming. His sudden charge turned stealth into massacre. The remaining scouts reacted with admirable speed. Bolter fire hammered the corridor. Shells struck Uzas in the chest, shoulder, thigh, and helm. Warning runes flashed across Talos's display from shared telemetry. The berserker staggered, then kept coming. The scouts withdrew by the numbers, one firing, one moving, then reversing roles. Their shells burst around Uzas, filling the dead airless corridor with fragments of ceramite, sparks, and blood droplets flung from cracks in his plate. He laughed across the vox, a wet, ugly sound. "Blood," he roared. "Blood for the blood god." "Mercutian," Talos said. "Firing." The heavy bolter answered through a bulkhead. Mercutian did not need a clear line of sight. Talos fed him coordinates. The weapon opened with a thunderous rhythm that translated through the deck plating into First Claw's bones. Shells punched through the wall, detonating as they crossed the corridor beyond. One scout vanished in a chain of impacts, his heat signature blooming and breaking apart as mass-reactive rounds turned armor and body into a red fog of meat, splinters, and superheated fragments. The second was thrown against a sealed hatch, suit ruptured, one leg gone below the knee. Uzas reached him. "Alive," Talos ordered. The berserker's axe halted a finger's width from the scout's helm. For a moment, no one moved. Then Uzas leaned close, breathing hard enough that his vox grill rasped against the loyalist's cracked faceplate. "He smells brave." "Leave him," Talos said. Uzas shook. The axe teeth spun down slowly. "He bleeds." "Leave him." The berserker stepped back with visible effort. Syrian appeared from the dark, amused and watchful, and placed a boot on the scout's remaining leg before the loyalist could crawl. "Do not trouble yourself," Syrian said to the wounded angel. "This is the part where duty becomes embarrassing." Talos arrived with Arum already in hand. The scout saw the blade and froze. Even through pain, even through blood loss, even through the pressure warnings surely screaming inside his helm, recognition cut deeper than fear. The golden sword reflected the dead blue glow of Talos's prey sight. Its winged hilt looked obscene in a Night Lord's gauntlet. "Thief!" the Blood Angel voxed. Talos crouched before him. "Victor, it is not yours. It became mine when your brother failed to keep it." The scout tried to rise. Syrian increased pressure with his boot. Something cracked. Talos turned the blade, letting the loyalist see it clearly. "You followed this into the dark. You knew it was bait before you found us. You came anyway." The Blood Angel's breath rasped. "Relics must be reclaimed. Words for dying children. Better a child of Sanguinius than a carrion traitor." Zal's voice cut into the channel. "I like him. Let me have this one." "No," Talos said. He stood, drove Aurum point first into the deck several paces away, and stepped back into shadow. The wounded scout looked at the sword. Syrian removed his boot. There was no mystery in what followed. There was no need for one. Everyone in that corridor understood the shape of the choice. The loyalist knew it was a trap. His training knew. His pain knew. His dead brothers knew. The sword stood in open space, too perfectly placed, too visible, too sacred to ignore. Relic hunger was not greed, not in loyalist minds. It was duty. It was blood memory. It was chapter honor-made steel. He crawled, one hand, then the other. A smear of blood froze behind him as his ruptured suit bled heat and life into the void. Talos watched from above the hatch arch, mag locked in place, prey sight painting the loyalist in fading gold. The scout reached Aurum. His fingers touched the hilt. Talos dropped. He landed behind the Blood Angel without flourish. One gauntlet closed around the back of the scout's helm. The other seized his wrist before he could lift the sword. "You were told relics matter," Talos said. "That was unkind of them." The scout tried to speak. Talos crushed the wrist until the hand opened. Bone broke inside the glove. The loyalist did not scream. Credit to him. Then Talos drove the scout's faceplate down onto Aurum's exposed edge. The first impact cracked the visor. The second opened it. The third drove gold through face, teeth, tongue, and the soft resistance behind them. Blood flashed dark in the cold. The body convulsed once, then went slack around the blade it had died trying to reclaim. Talos pulled Aurum free and cleaned it on the dead warrior's cloak. "4," Mercutian said. "4," Talos agreed. Silence returned to the hulk. The hunt had lasted less than an hour. The salvage took longer and yielded almost nothing. Servitor bays were empty or ruined. Plasma coils had cracked centuries ago. The munitions lockers held shell casings, spoiled propellant, and prayers stamped onto ration tins by men long dead. The cogitator core was fused into useless slag. The armor seals had perished. The gene vault they had hoped to find was not a gene vault at all, but a reliquary for finger bones, saint teeth, and parchment scraps sealed behind adamantium, as if the dead could feed a warband. Zal kicked the reliquary door hard enough to buckle it. "We boarded a tomb for trinkets and Blood Angel children." Syrian inspected a silver finger bone before tossing it aside. "A touching summary. You should compose mission reports." Uzas crouched beside one of the dead scouts, fingers tracing the blood frozen to the deck. He whispered to himself, or to something else. Talos chose not to listen. Mercutian emerged from an ammunition alcove holding a single sealed box. "Bolt shells, 30 rounds, standard pattern, old but viable." Zal stared at him. 30? 30. For all this? "For all this," Mercutian said. No one laughed. They returned to Blackened with the bodies left behind, and Aurum still at Talos' side. First Claw had killed every enemy aboard the Hulk. They had humiliated the Blood Angels, retained the stolen relic, and proven again that the dark belonged to Nostramo's sons. They had also gained 30 bolt shells, and nothing else. As the Thunderhawk pulled away from the derelict, Talos watched the nameless ship turn slowly in the void. A corpse among corpses. Another dead thing stripped and found wanting. "Victory," Syrian said softly, as if tasting the word and finding it thin. Talos looked down at the ammunition crate secured to the deck. 30 shells, 4 dead angels, a relic retained, a warband still starving. "Yes," he said, "victory." Kryther died beneath a sky that had forgotten the colour of peace. The world had been marked for war long before the first shell fell. Its cities were too proud, its manufactoria too useful, its orbital yards too well placed along contested routes where the Imperium and the arch-enemy tore at one another like starving beasts over a corpse. Kryther had offered men, steel, grain, machine parts, ammunition, promethium, and faith to the throne for generations. In return, the throne had given it walls, regiments, gun emplacements, orbital batteries, preachers, and the certainty that sacrifice was the price of survival. Then, Abaddon's fleets came. The void above Kryther became a slaughterhouse of burning hulls and screaming machine spirits. Black Legion warships advanced in murderous formation, their prows dark as execution blades, their gun decks vomiting lance fire and torpedo spreads into the Imperial defense sphere. Loyalist cruisers met them with broadside thunder. Void shields flared and died. Macro cannon shells crossed the darkness in shoals, each one large enough to erase a cathedral district. Strike craft swarmed between capital ships like hornets around dying giants. Boarding torpedoes punched into hulls and birthed warbands into corridors slick with blood and coolant. Entire Imperial warships vanished behind the white fury of reactor deaths. Others died slowly, venting atmosphere in glittering streams, their crews freezing as they were dragged into the void, still clutching weapons, icons, tools, and one another. Astropathic distress calls burst outward through the warp, mangled by fear and demonic laughter before they could escape the system. The planet below watched its night side brighten with falling wreckage. Burning debris crossed the atmosphere like a second murderous dawn. On the surface, landing zones became wounds in the world. Traitor dropships came down through flak storms and missile curtains. Some burst apart above the fields, spilling burning warriors and wreckage across trenches already crowded with dead men. Others struck home, disgorging Black Legion armor columns into the mud, ash, and churned ferrocrete. Predators, land raiders, rhinos, demon engines, and corrupted artillery crawled forward beneath banners showing the eye. Behind them came mortal hordes in ragged millions, cult levies, oathbreakers, slaves with rifles, renegade guardsmen, chain gangs, beast things in armor scraps, all driven onward by sermons, whips, drugs, hunger, hatred, or the simple terror of what waited behind them if they stopped. Imperial Guard regiments died without ever seeing their killers. Men crouched in trenches kilometers deep, laser-guns clutched in frost-numb hands, watching the sky flash and the horizon walk toward them. Then the shells arrived, earthworks lifted, bunkers folded inward, trenches became red canals full of mud, limbs, broken rifles, and helmets still holding pieces of skull. Orders came over the Vox and were severed mid-sentence by static. Commissars shot men for retreating from positions that no longer existed. Priests screamed hymns until blast pressure tore the lungs from their chests. Titans walked through the storm. Loyalist god engines strode from shielded hangars, their steps cracking roadways, their void shields catching artillery like rain on invisible glass. Traitor Titans answered from the smoke, their war horns bellowing with voices that made mortal bowels loosen and machine spirits wail in binary dread. Volcano cannons opened. Plasma annihilators turned armor squadrons into molten lakes. Warhound packs darted through the ruin like iron predators, while reavers dueled across shattered manufactoria blocks, each impact bright enough to carve shadows into stone. Krytha did not fall in one blow. It was butchered by layers. The Covenant of Blood joined the Black Legion battle line at the edge of the main assault, a lean predator among heavier beasts. Its hull was scarred, its armor dark, its lightning-marked flanks lit by the brief glare of outgoing fire. It loosed broadsides when ordered and lent its lance batteries to the choir of orbital murder. But no one aboard the Covenant mistook its guns for its greatest weapon. A strike cruiser could kill from the void. It could burn cities, break shields, cripple escorts, and silence orbital bastions. Yet its truest purpose was older and more intimate. It carried the Legiones Astartes. Its real threat was the midnight cargo sleeping in its assault bays, armed in its armories, waiting in black corridors with bolters loaded and blades blessed by old hatred. Talos stood in the hold of Blackened as the Thunderhawk shook around him. The gunship screamed through Krytha's upper atmosphere, armor plates heating, warning runes crawling across the interior displays. Septimus sat at the controls above and forward, hands moving across brass-edged command surfaces, boots locked to the flight pedals, jaw clenched hard enough to ache. He flew by instrument, instinct, terror, and long familiarity with a machine spirit that disliked him but had not yet killed him. Static spat across his headset. Auspec's returns blurred beneath interference. The sky ahead was full of flak bursts, falling wreckage, and burning craft. Port stabilizer angry, Septimus voxed. Appease it, Talos replied. I am trying, Lord. Try better. Blackened banked hard enough that mortal blood would have filled the walls if anyone aboard had been merely human and unsecured. First Claw swayed with the motion, but did not fall. Zal laughed as a shell burst close enough to make the hull ring. Syrian braced one hand against a restraint rail, his skull helm tilted toward Uzas. You hear that, brother? The sky itself is trying to kill us before you can embarrass yourself. Uzas breathed in harsh bursts through his vox grill. Let it try. Mercutian checked the feed to his heavy bolter without looking up. Landing zone integrity is degrading. That means they are shooting at it, Zal said. It means the landing zone is ceasing to be a landing zone. A missile streaked past Blackened's nose and struck another traitor gunship descending beside them. The aircraft opened like a slaughtered bird. It shed wings, fire, screaming crew, and pieces of armored passengers into the clouds. Septimus cursed in a language he had learned from deckhands and pulled Blackened through the blossoming wreckage. Something struck the canopy and smeared across the armored glass. Talos could not tell whether it had been oil or a man. Below, the designated landing zone vanished under artillery. What had been a plaza outside Krytha's primary defense trench became a crater field filled with tumbling flame. Black Legion rhinos burned at the perimeter. Traitor infantry ran in all directions, some still carrying banners, some carrying their own entrails, some with no heads and bodies walking several steps before admitting death. Imperial heavy bolters fired from bunker lines half buried beneath rubble. Mortar shells walked across the descent path. Alternate landing zone, Talos ordered. There is no alternate, Lord, Septimus said. Then invent one. Blackened dropped. The Thunderhawk's heavy bolters opened as Septimus drove the gunship low over the trenches. The weapons chewed mortal hordes into red ruin. Guardsmen died in strings, torsos bursting beneath explosive impacts, flak armor shredding, bodies folding backward as if yanked by invisible hooks. A heavy stubber nest disappeared under sustained fire, its sandbags, gun shield, crew, and ammunition belts dissolving into dirt and meat. The assault cannons spat fury into a bunker mouth until the firing slit vomited sparks, smoke, and human fragments. Septimus found a flat stretch of ruined roadway between two collapsed hab towers and slammed blackened down hard enough to make the deck shriek. The ramp fell. War entered. First Claw came down into mud, blood, and shell smoke. Talos led with bolter raised, his auto-sensors painting enemy forms through particulate gloom. Zal broke left, Chainsword already roaring. Syrian moved right with economical grace, firing single shots into officers, Vox operators, and anyone whose death would make others hesitate. Uzas charged too soon, as always, Chainak screaming, shoulders hunched, hungry for the press of bodies. Mercutian stepped onto the ramp and turned the heavy bolter loose. The weapon sounded like judgment given recoil. Imperial infantry advancing through the smoke vanished under its fire. Men burst apart at the waist. Heads snapped into mist. Sandbags erupted. A squad carrying melter charges died before they reached throwing range, their explosives cooking off in a chain of white flashes that turned the trench lip into molten slag. First Claw did not advance like line infantry. They punctured the battlefield. They struck command bunkers, Vox shelters, artillery spotters, and Medici way stations. They did what the Night Lords had always done. They broke the mind of the defense while greater armies broke the body. Yet everywhere Talos looked, he saw Black Legion ambition spending other blood. The War Master's sons drove the battle forward with arrogance polished by 10,000 years of failure and survival. Their armor columns took the best routes. Their banners claimed the central objectives. Their commanders issued orders as if every warband around them had been born to serve the Black Legion's designs. Night Lord's claws were directed towards secondary breaches, casualty-heavy flanking actions, sabotage runs without sufficient intelligence, and terror strikes that softened targets for others to claim. Talos saw it and hated it. He hated Abaddon's war because it smelled of Horus's failure wearing a new face. He hated the way lesser warbands bent toward the Black Legion's gravity. He hated the Exalted for allowing 10th Company to be spent in another Legion's campaign, like ammunition fired from someone else's gun. The summons came while the ground still shook beneath orbital impacts. "First Claw," the Exalted voxed, his voice layered with demonic amusement and command distortion. "Redirect to the northern trench spine. Imperial reserves mass there. Break them." Talos checked the tactical feed. The northern trench spine was a killing ground, already swept by artillery and guarded by overlapping fields of fire. Second Claw had gone silent there. Fifth Claw's icons flickered and vanished one by one. Raptors circled above it and refused to descend. "No," Talos said. The Clawvox went cold. Syrian's voice came softly. That was refreshing. The Exalted answered after a pause long enough to become threat. "Repeat your response." "No, that objective is already compromised. You have wasted 2 claws feeding that trench. Send armor or orbital fire. We will not die to confirm their corpses." "You forget yourself. I remember our numbers." Static hissed. Somewhere nearby, a basilisk shell landed and turned a row of retreating traitor infantry into a fountain of mud and limbs. "We are 10th Company," Talos said. "Not Black Legion chattel, not cult dregs. not ammunition for your theatre. Careful, Soul Hunter. I am careful. That is why we still exist. Zal looked over from the trench lip, armor painted with blood. I support this mutiny. It is not mutiny, Mercutian said. It is arithmetic. Uzas snarled. There is blood there. There is artillery there, Syrian replied. You may be confusing the two again. The Exalted cut the link with a burst of distortion that tasted like hot copper across the Vox. For a moment, Talos thought he had won the argument. Then the Covenant called from orbit. Blood Angels translation signatures, multiple contacts, closing fast. Talos stood still amid the war. His vision, long cursed and often doubted, tightened around him like a noose. Blood Angels. He had seen them, gold and red in the dark. A blade, a dead dreadnought, the Covenant bleeding into the void. They are early, Mercutian said. No, Talos replied. We are late in understanding. The war changed above them. The Blood Angels struck the Covenant with the speed and fury of a chapter that had come not merely to fight, but to avenge. Their ships pierced the outer chaos of the Void battle, driving through debris and traitor fire with elegant aggression. Boarding torpedoes launched. Thunderhawks burned toward the Night Lord's vessel. The Covenant's defense batteries opened, but she was already engaged elsewhere, already wounded by the wider battle, already overextended beneath Black Legion command priorities that had not accounted for ancient vendetta. Talos ordered extraction. Septimus brought Blackened in under fire, landing amid the ruins with one engine coughing black flame, and the hull punched through in 3 places. First Claw boarded while traitor infantry screamed for transport around them. Zal kicked one from the ramp hard enough to break him open. Uzas tried to kill another until Talos struck him across the helm and shoved him inside. They rose from Krythe while the world burned below. By the time they reached the Covenant, the strike cruiser had become a tomb city at war with itself. The launch bay doors were half jammed. Blackened entered through a storm of venting atmosphere and wreckage, skidding across the deck as emergency mag fields failed and recovered in stuttering bursts. Men and servitors flew past the canopy, dragged into the void before blast shutters slammed down and cut several bodies in half. Septimus landed badly and lived, which aboard the Covenant counted as excellence. The ramp opened onto chaos. Blood Angels were already aboard. Red-armored warriors advanced through the launch bay's smoke and decompression alarms, bolters firing in disciplined volleys. Night Lords met them from the shadows and upper gantries, but this was no hunt against scouts in a derelict. These were full battle brothers of Sanguinius, noble murderers in crimson plate, their fury bright and controlled. They came with chainswords, bolters, flamers, and the old hatred of sons seeking stolen honor. First Claw hit them from the flank. Talos fired until his bolter ran dry, shells detonating against red ceramite, cracking pauldrons, bursting knee joints, punching one angel backward with his chest opened in fragments. Zal crashed into the nearest loyalist and took the fight to blade range, his double-handed chainsword shrieking against a Blood Angel's parrying sword. The loyalist fought with art. Zal fought with contempt. He smashed his helm into the angel's faceplate, broke the rhythm, and drove the chain blade down through the gorget until the warrior's head came free in a spray of blood that froze at the edges where atmosphere thinned. Syrian moved through smoke, voice slipping into stolen Vox channels. Left flank collapsing. Chaplain down. Fall back to Bay Shrine. The loyalists did not fully believe him. They were too disciplined for that, but hesitation was enough. A heartbeat, a glance. One warrior turned to confirm a false order, and Mercutian's heavy bolter tore his side open. Another stepped into a corridor Syrian had marked with crack charges taken from a dead serf's munition cart. The explosion filled the passage with red armor fragments and cooked meat. Uzas lost himself almost immediately. He struck the Blood Angels with a joy that was almost reverence. Chainax met Chainsword. Ceramite split. He took wounds and did not slow. He roared praises he would later deny, words to the Blood God, to skulls, to slaughter, to the red truth beneath all armor. A Blood Angel sergeant drove a blade through his abdomen. Uzas seized the warrior's wrist, laughed into his faceplate, and headbutted him until the red helm cracked. Then he tore the blade free and buried his axe in the sergeant's shoulder, deep enough to lodge there. "Uzas," Talos voxed. "Withdraw 3 paces." No answer, but laughter. Mercutian advanced beside Talos, firing in controlled bursts. He will be surrounded. He always is. Not always by enemies. They pushed deeper into the Covenant. The ship had become a map of wounds. Corridors vented smoke, steam and atmosphere through ruptures in the hull. Fire suppression systems spat chemical foam over bodies that still twitched. Servitors burned in alcoves, continuing to repeat damage reports while their flesh cooked off metal skeletons. Mortal crew ran with tools, rifles, stretchers, prayer chains, and no idea where safety might be. Some were cut down by Blood Angels, some by Night Lords for running the wrong way, some by doors sealing too slowly against pressure loss. Void fought beside Flame, Flame fought beside Bolters, Bolters fought beside Blades. In one passage, First Claw crossed a breach where the stars showed through a wound in the hull. A Blood Angel and a Night Lord grappled beside the opening, both mag locked, both stabbing with combat blades as loose shell casings and severed hands drifted past them into blackness. The Blood Angel drove his knife through the Night Lord's helm lens. The Night Lord clamped both hands around the Loyalist's backpack vents and hurled himself backward. Their mag. Locks tore free together. They spun out through the breach, still fighting as the void took them. Talos did not watch them vanish. Dreadnought Awakening, came the Covenant's machine sanctum across the Vox. The voice belonged to no one human enough to matter. Ancient sarcophagus Malkarian roused. Warsage walks. Far below, in the armoured sleep vaults, Malkarian woke from centuries of broken dreams. The Dreadnought's mind surfaced through pain, machine code, and memory. He remembered the siege. He remembered walls and fire, and the Emperor's palace refusing to die. He remembered warriors whose names had become dust. He remembered killing heroes and being killed slowly enough that the Legion preserved what remained. His sarcophagus opened like a tomb admitting war. Cables disengaged, restraints unlocked. The ancient chassis rose on grinding pistons, huge and black and scarred with old heraldry. A Reaper pattern double-barreled autocannon rotated into readiness. The power fist flexed, each claw digit capable of crushing ceramite and bone into paste. The underslung flamer hissed as Promethean pressure climbed. Malkarian walked. Where the Blood Angels had advanced with noble fury, the War Sage met them with ancient contempt. Talos saw him first through smoke at the end of a grand arterial corridor lined with broken statues. The Dreadnought's autocannon fired, the paired barrels hammering in a rhythm that shook dust from the ceiling. A Blood Angel disappeared beneath the impacts, armor bursting under the storm. Another was thrown backward with both legs shredded away. Prometheum washed across a squad taking cover behind a fallen bulkhead, and the corridor filled with burning red figures. The Loyalist Dreadnought answered from the far end. Raguel the Sufferer came through the flame like a relic of wrath. crimson sarcophagus, golden icons, blood angels' heraldry blackened by soot. His weapon systems tracked with terrible steadiness, and his vox voice rolled through the corridor with the weight of a tomb, speaking. "Traitors!" Malkarian halted. For a moment, even the battle seemed to draw breath. Talos knew the shape of this. He had seen the dead dreadnought in vision. He had seen the Covenant bleeding. He had been right. Again. Blood angels in the dark. A golden blade. A sarcophagus broken beneath failing air. Being right had not saved Second Claw. It had not saved Fifth. It had not kept the Covenant whole. It had not kept the blood angels from their decks, or the dead from the corridors. Prophecy was not prevention. It was merely the cruelty of seeing the blade before it entered. Malkarian raised his power fist. Raguel's weapons armed with a rising whine. Around them, First Claw and the sons of Sanguinius kept killing in fire, smoke, and the failing breath of the ship. Talos lifted Aurum and felt no triumph in its weight. He had warned them. He had seen it. He had known. And still, the Covenant of Blood screamed. After Krythe, the Covenant of Blood did not sail from victory. It limped. The strike cruiser bled atmosphere from patched wounds along its flank, each breach sealed by emergency shutters, welded plates, desperate prayers to machine spirits, and the labour of slaves who died in the cold when their work crews were not recalled quickly enough. Its launch bays stank of promethium residue, burned insulation, and blood steamed black on hot decking. Servitors dragged severed armour pieces from corridors where blood angels had died beside Night Lords, sorting ceramite by usefulness rather than allegiance. Red plate, midnight plate, gold trim, bone icons, legion marks, chapter marks. All of it became salvage beneath the hands of the desperate. That was the truth of the Long War. Hatred wore heraldry. Survival wore whatever could still stop a bolt shell. 10th Company was weaker than it had been when Krythe began. That was the only tally that mattered. The Exalted did not speak of weakness. He stood in the Strategium with talons resting on the edge of the hololithic table, his warped armour gleaming in the guttering light of failing projectors, his monstrous face caught between triumph and hunger. The thing wearing Vandred Anrathi's flesh had ordered banners raised over dead decks and victory marks cut into bulkheads still slick with loyalist blood. He had the mortal Vox priests broadcast tales of glory through the ship, praising the Black Legion offensive, the slaughter on Krythe, the repulsion of the Blood Angels, the awakening of Malkarian, the endurance of 10th Company. The dead did not rise to contradict him. 5th Claw was gone, not weakened, not mauled. Gone. Their armour had been stripped from their corpses where corpses remained whole enough to strip. Their bolters had been claimed. Their blades had been divided. Their ammunition was counted twice by the armoury thralls, and once again by Night Lords who trusted no mortal tally. Their trophies were taken from belts and racks and claimed by brothers who had once shared oaths with them. Grudges survived them. Debts survived them. Names lasted only as long as they remained useful in accusation. Second Claw had lost warriors it could not replace. The Raptors had lost jump packs. The Atramentar had lost patience, which was always dangerous. The ship had lost crew, pressure seals, gun crews, ammunition haulers, gunnery servitors, and 3 functioning medici stations. One of Blacken's wing assemblies had been repaired with material cut from a loyalist boarding craft. Its machine spirit sulked like an insulted predator, and Septimus had not slept in a cycle because if he stopped working, the gunship might decide that flight was beneath it. Everywhere aboard the Covenant, dead brothers became resources, and Astarte's corpse was not sacred, not here, not anymore. Sacredness was a luxury for those with full ranks and fresh recruits. Gene seed came first. Talos took what could be taken, cutting into dead flesh with the detached reverence of an apothecary who knew that reverence did not require gentleness. The progenoid glands were removed, sealed, recorded, guarded. Armor followed. A pauldron with a rent could be hammered flat. A cracked greave could be riveted. A helm with one functioning lens was worth blood. A chainsword with half its teeth missing remained a weapon if the wielder was strong enough to compensate.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
After armor came blades. After blades came trophies. After trophies came accusations. The branded came 3 hours after the last body from Fifth Claw was opened. Third Claw did not ask for parley. Night Lords rarely did when blame had already chosen a target. They moved through the Covenant's lower arterial corridors in full warplate, helms sealed, weapons live, their armor marked with scorched sigils cut over old heraldry. They had branded themselves long before Krythe, carving punishment and pride into ceramite and skin, reminding every brother aboard that shame could become identity if worn with enough violence. Talos received the first warning from Syrian, who sounded amused. Movement below the armory spine, Syrian voxed. 6 heat signatures in plate. No slave escorts. No maintenance rights. No attempt at subtlety, unless Third Claw now believes stomping is a form of stealth. Talos stood in the apothecarian, one gauntlet wet to the wrist, a dead Night Lord open on the slab before him. The dead warrior's helm rested nearby, eye lenses cracked, skull face split by a blood angel blade. Gene seed lay sealed in stasis vials beside the corpse, useful, clean, saved from the waste of battle. Direction. Toward us, Syrian replied. Or toward the ammunition stores. It would be charitable to assume they are lost. They are not lost, Mercutian said over the link. Zal's voice followed, thick with anticipation. Good. Talos pulled the reductor free from the corpse and let the tool's teeth cycle clean. Pink fluid and darker clots spattered against the slab. Where is Uzas? There was a pause. That, Syrian said, is a question with spiritual depth. Find him. I have him, Mercutian said. Deck below, moving erratically. Define erratically. Toward the branded. Talos closed his eyes for half a heartbeat. Of course. He left the corpse open on the slab. Septimus watched him from beside the instrument rack, pale under the apothecarian lumen strips, repair gloves stained with oils and diluted blood. The mortal had been cleaning a damaged narthecium attachment when the Vox traffic began. He had not spoken. Wise of him. Seal the vials, Talos said. Yes, Lord. If I do not return, give them to Varial if he ever stands aboard this ship. Septimus stared for a fraction too long, then lowered his eyes. Yes, Lord. Talos took Orim from the weapon stand. The golden blade caught the chamberlight with obscene beauty. A trophy, a weapon, an insult. He locked anathema at his opposite hip and reached for his helm. Septimus found his voice in a thin thread. Lord, should I alert the exalted? Talos sealed his helm. The world became runes, breath, temperature, proximity chimes, and the cold familiarity of his armor's machine spirit embracing his nervous system. No. The answer was not strategy alone. It was politics. Night Lord's politics were simple if one understood murder as language. If First Claw avoided the branded, they invited contempt. If they ran to the exalted, they invited ridicule. If they negotiated while accused, they invited weakness. Authority aboard the Covenant was not granted by rank, not truly. It was maintained by fear. First Claw had survived because every other claw knew that crossing them carried a cost measured in bodies. Talos would not let that truth die quietly. He found Syrian waiting at the junction shrine, where 3 corridors met beneath a dead lumen cluster. The warrior leaned against the wall as if a civil conversation were expected rather than fratricide. His bolter rested in both hands, not yet raised. His helm lenses glowed faint red. "They blame us," Syrian said. "They always blame someone." This time with conviction. "Fifth Claw died because you countermanded the Exalted on Kryth. The Branded believe your refusal left their flank open. Fifth Claw died before my refusal. Facts are famously poor armor against grief." Zal emerged from the darkness behind them, chainsword held loose in one hand, his massive frame scraping one pauldron against the narrow bulkhead. "Let them come. I am tired of hearing brothers whine through vox channels." Mercutian arrived last, heavy bolter braced, ammunition feed checked and rechecked. He took position without needing instruction, choosing the angle with the longest field of fire and the fewest exposed lines of return. He did not ask whether they were truly going to fight their own. The question would have been insulting. They were Night Lords. Their own were often the only enemies close enough to reach. Uzas found the Branded first. The squad vox filled with laughter. Not joyous laughter. Not sane laughter. It was the sound of a butchered animal learning that its wounds did not matter because it could still bite. "Contact," Mercutian said. Talos moved. The first shots came from the deck below, muffled by bulkheads, then suddenly close as Auspex runes flared across Talos's display. Bolter fire in confined space had a particular violence. The corridor did not carry sound so much as suffer it. Shells struck metal and exploded in blooms of sparks, shrapnel, and armor fragments. Warning chimes stuttered. The Branded came upward through a stairwell access, black and midnight plate marked with scorched brands, their helms painted with punishment glyphs, and their weapons already speaking. Uzas met them halfway down the steps. He had no formation, no cover, no patience. A bolt shell struck his chest and burst against his plate, cracking the ceramite and throwing him against the rail. Another hit his helm and snapped his head sideways. He laughed through it, Chainax screaming awake as he hurled himself into the lead warrior. The Branded Night Lord thrust a gladius into Uzas's throat seal. The blade punched through rubberized cabling and drew blood. Uzas caught the wrist before it could twist deeper. His axe came down with both hands behind it, not elegant, not measured, a chop that smashed through pauldron, collar, and the reinforced gorget beneath. The Branded warrior staggered, helm tilting at a broken angle. Uzas tore the gladius free from his own throat seal and rammed it back through the warrior's faceplate. "Blood," Uzas breathed. "Brother blood." "Fall back," Talos voxed. Uzas did not. Another Branded warrior fired point blank into him. The shell detonated against Uzas's abdomen and opened his plate, spraying blackened blood and fiber bundle fragments across the stairwell. Uzas stumbled, then slammed bodily into the shooter, driving both of them into the wall. His teeth closed on the other warrior's helm cabling. His axe rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell. "Mercutian," Talos said. The heavy bolter fired. The first burst turned the top of the stairwell into a storm of explosive impacts. One of the Branded attempting to flank through the upper landing vanished behind detonations that tore open his chest and shredded the banner chains hanging from his armor. Another ducked back, but not fast enough. A shell clipped his knee joint and detonated, turning the leg below the thigh into spinning metal and meat. He fell with a roar, firing blindly. Syrian leaned from cover and shot the fallen warrior twice in the head. "Dramatic entrance," he said over the vox. "Poor follow-through." The branded answered with grenades. The first crack charge struck the wall near Zal and blew a fist-sized crater through the bulkhead. The second bounced into the junction, rolling across the deck with its rune light blinking red. Zal kicked it back without hesitation. It vanished down the stairwell and detonated among curses, screams, and broken vox distortion. Then Third Claw surged. They came not like fools, but like betrayed predators. Bolters raised, blades drawn. They knew the corridors as well as First Claw did, knew the angles, the dead lumens, the narrow places where heavy weapons could not easily turn. One of them forced a side hatch and came at Syrian from behind, with a chain blade shrieking for his spine. Syrian ducked without turning, as if he had been expecting the attack out of boredom. The blade passed over him and bit sparks from the wall. Syrian drove a combat knife backward into the warrior's thigh seal. The branded Night Lord grunted. Syrian twisted, rose, and slammed his helm into the other warrior's faceplate. Not enough to kill, enough to stun. His bolter came up under the chin and fired once. The shell detonated inside the helm. The back of the skull plate burst outward in a spray of red mist, black fragments, and pieces of brain that spattered the bulkhead behind them. Syrian stepped away before the body fell. "Too close," he said. "You nearly made me exert myself." Talos met the branded leader in the junction. His name did not matter in that moment, though Talos knew it. He had fought beside him on worlds whose names were ash now. He had watched him take a loyalist captain's head during the scouring. He had taken gene seed from his fallen brothers. None of that mattered either. Memory did not blunt a blade. If anything, it sharpened it. "You killed Fifth," the branded leader snarled. His helm vox made the accusation a metallic growl. His gladius came in low, angled for Talos's abdominal plating. Talos parried with Aurum, gold meeting steel in a flash of sparks. The Exalted killed Fifth. "You defied him. You broke formation. I preserved what remained. You preserved yourself." Talos drove a knee into the warrior's chest and forced him back a step. Bolter fire cracked past both of them, close enough to score warning runes across Talos's display. He ignored it. "If you believe that, kill me." The branded leader attacked harder. He was fast. Anger had not made him clumsy. Their blades met again and again in the red stutter of emergency lumens. Gladius thrusts sought throat seals, hip joints, helm lenses. Aurum cut back with older grace, its stolen edge biting chips from ceramite and drawing lines of blood where it found weak points. Talos fought without flourish. He did not enjoy killing brothers. Enjoyment was irrelevant. Necessity had its own rhythm. Across the junction, Zal ended the battle. Until then, it had been a fight. Brutal, close, costly, but still balanced in the way Astartes could make murder into equation. Then Zal reached the center. He took a bolter shell to the pauldron, another to the side, and a gladius cut across his helm that gouged one eye lens dark. He did not slow. His double-handed chainsword came alive in both fists, and the sound of it changed the air. Not a duel, not honor, not even rage. It was domination made noise. The nearest branded warrior turned to meet him. Zal smashed the chain blade through the warrior's guard by sheer force. The enemy's sword snapped. The chainsword struck his breastplate and chewed in. Ceramite resisted. Reinforced bone resisted. The blade ate both, screaming, bucking, spraying blood and fragments over Zal's armor. The branded warrior tried to bring a pistol up. Zal headbutted him, cracking both helms, and drove the blade deeper until it burst from the warrior's back in a wet roar of teeth. He wrenched it free and struck the next before the corpse had fallen. That one tried to retreat. That was the mistake. Fear moved through Third Claw. It lasted less than a heartbeat, but in Night Lord's warfare, a heartbeat was a confession. Zal saw it. Talos saw it. Syrian tasted it and laughed. Mercutian shifted fire to exploit it, his heavy bolter cutting off the withdrawal route with bursts that tore chunks from walls, deck, and armor. Oozas rose from the stairwell covered in blood that was not all his, dragging a dying branded warrior by the ankle and giggling through a torn throat seal. The branded broke, not into rout. They were Astartes, Night Lords, veterans of the Long War. They did not scatter like mortal levies, but their cohesion cracked. One turned to cover a flank that no longer existed. One stepped back when he should have advanced. One fired too soon and struck his own brother's shoulder. First Claw punished every fracture. Talos cut the branded leader across the wrist, severing tendons and armor cabling, then drove Arum through the warrior's throat seal. The blade slid in cleanly. The leader gripped Talos's forearm with his remaining hand, visor pressed close, Vox rasping wetly. "Brother," he said. Talos pushed the blade deeper until the word drowned. Then it was over. The corridor did not become quiet. Quiet was impossible aboard the Wounded Covenant. Alarms still sounded in distant decks. Air recyclers still coughed. Somewhere, a servitor dragged metal over metal in an endless scrape. But the battle sounds ceased, leaving only the breathing of First Claw and the wet ticks of cooling armor. They stood amid the bodies of fellow Night Lords. Third Claw's dead lay in pieces across the junction and stairwell. Midnight plates split open. Branded marks cracked. Blood ran in black streams along the deck grooves and gathered around spent casings. One severed hand still gripped a gladius. A helm rested against the wall, its eye lenses staring upward. The faceplate blasted open to reveal the ruined meat inside. The air was warm with weapon discharge and the copper stink of transhuman blood. Oozas knelt over a corpse, shoulders shaking. Talos aimed his bolter at him. "Do not," he said. The berserker froze, one hand already reaching for a trophy that had once belonged to a brother. "Do not make me repeat myself." Oozas withdrew his hand slowly. "Brother blood," he whispered again, but there was less hunger in it now, more confusion, perhaps even grief, though Talos distrusted that word aboard this ship. Syrian stepped over a corpse and looked down at the dead leader. "A persuasive debate. I believe we carried the motion." Zal's damaged helm turned toward him. "Speak like that again, and I will carry your head. You see, unity. That is what sets us apart." Mercutian lowered his heavy bolter at last. "We should strip them before the lesser claws arrive." Talos looked at him. Mercutian did not look away. "Practicality is not disrespect." "No," Talos said. "It is what we have instead of rights." Septimus arrived minutes later with salvage thralls and a medici crate, pale-faced beneath the grime, careful not to look too long at any corpse. He moved to Talos first, because that was his duty, but Talos waved him toward Zal's cracked helm and Oozas's bleeding throat seal. "Patch them," Talos ordered. Septimus nodded. "And the dead, Lord?" Talos looked at Third Claw. Brothers, rivals, accusers, resources. Gene seed first, armor after, weapons after that. "Yes, Lord." The mortal swallowed his horror and began issuing soft orders to the slaves behind him. That was how humans survived. See nothing that would kill you. Hear only what command required. touch the dead without trembling too visibly, remain useful while demigods turned brotherhood into butchery. The exalted did not come. Perhaps he knew. Perhaps he watched through ship systems and enjoyed the theatre. Perhaps the demon within him found pleasure in sons of curs thinning themselves while speaking of loyalty and blame. Perhaps Vandred, buried somewhere beneath the corruption, understood too well to interfere. First Claw remained in the junction until the gene seed was taken and the weapons counted. None of them spoke much. Even Syrian's mockery thinned. Zal leaned against the wall while Septimus sealed rents in his armour. Uzas sat with his back to a bulkhead, chain-axe across his knees, muttering through a damaged Vox grill. Mercutian stood guard over the ammunition stripped from the dead. Talos watched the slaves work and felt the arithmetic settle over him. They had won. First Claw had answered accusation with murder and survived the consequences. Their authority remained intact, their reputation sharpened. Other claws would whisper more carefully. The branded would trouble them no longer. In the language of the 8th Legion, this was victory. Talos looked at the bodies and saw the truth beneath it. Every internal victory made the Legion smaller. Every brother killed by a brother was one less blade against the Imperium. One less bolter in the long war. One less memory of Nostramo, of terror, of curs, of all the lies they had carried because abandoning them would leave only emptiness. They were becoming meaner, harder, poorer, and more alone. They called it survival because extinction sounded too honest. Talos turned away from the dead of Third Claw. The corridor lights flickered above him, failed, and left First Claw standing in the dark that had made them. For a moment, it felt like home. That was the worst part. The Maelstrom did not welcome ships. It swallowed them, chewed them, and returned only those vicious enough to taste like poison. Warp storms boiled across the void in bruised colours no sane eye should have named. Purple lightning crawled between dead moons. Astropathic shrieks died unborn in the empiric turbulence. Navigation became bargaining, calculation, prayer, and madness. Stars appeared where no stars had been charted. Ghost signals repeated war cries from centuries past. Wrecks drifted in impossible formations, their hulls fused together by unreality and old fire. The Maelstrom was not the eye, but it had learned many of the same hungers. Within that storm-racked hell, Huron Blackheart gathered his kingdom of knives. The Red Corsairs came in stolen ships, captured ships, renamed ships, desecrated ships, Imperial vessels still bearing the scars of their former loyalties beneath red paint and blackened heraldry. Strike cruisers with murdered names, cruisers taken from dead chapters, frigates crewed by oathbreakers, transports packed with renegade soldiery, slaves, heretic engines, ammunition, tanks, meat, and ambition. Around them came smaller war bands, broken legions, pirate lords, traitor captains, cult fleets, mercenary killers, mutants in void armor, and Astartes who had abandoned one master only to kneel before another with better logistics. Talos hated it immediately. He stood on the strategium deck of the Covenant of Blood and watched the fleet muster flicker in hololithic ruin above the command table. Icons crowded the projection, each one a warship or escort or bulk lander descending toward the war effort, like carrion birds discovering a battlefield. The Covenant's tired cogitators struggled to track them all. The display stuttered. Some ships appeared twice. Others vanished behind interference. Vox traffic snarled through the chamber in overlapping commands, threats, landing requests, authentication codes, insults, and the endless devotional static of machines being forced to cooperate. The Exalted seemed delighted. He watched the Red Corsair fleet as if it had been assembled in his honor. The demon in Vandred's flesh admired spectacle. It loved banners, thunder, obeisance, and the kind of war where bodies could be spent so loudly that waste masqueraded as glory. His talons scraped softly against the command dais. His warped face held a smile broad enough to belong to something that had never understood rationing ammunition. "Behold," he said, "an army worthy of the long war." Talos looked at the projection and saw chains, an army belonging to another master. The Exalted turned his head. The motion was too slow, too theatrical. "You object to allies now?" "I object to collars." Syrian's soft laugh came from the shadows, a distinction that has escaped many tyrants. Zal stood with his arms folded, helm mag locked to his belt, scarred face lit blue by the hololith. If Blackheart pays in shells, fuel, and slaves, he can call himself whatever throne name pleases him. Mercutian did not look away from the tactical feed. The Red Corsairs have ammunition reserves sufficient to supply a sector purge. Their armor columns are intact. Their warships are maintained. Their mortal crews are numerous. Slave drivers with functioning quartermasters, Talos said. "Which is more than we are," Syrian replied. Uzas crouched near a pillar, chain axe across his knees, helm lenses burning in the dark. He had been quiet since Kryth in the way storms were quiet before breaking. His armor still bore repaired wounds from Blood Angel blades and bolter strikes. His throat seal had been patched by Septimus with care, wire, and whispered curses. When he breathed, the Vox grill clicked. "War below," Uzas said. "Yes," Zal answered. "Very observant." "Not below," Uzas murmured. "Above." Talos looked at him. For once, the Berserker's voice carried something other than hunger. His head tilted toward the hololith, toward the fleet icons, toward a shape orbiting beyond the main assault line. A strike cruiser, sleek, old, scarred. Its transponder codes had been overwritten in Red Corsair cipher, but the hull form still carried the brutal grace of the Legiones Astartes. The ship had once belonged to another bloodline. It had known better masters. Talos could see that even through the stuttering projection, the echo of damnation. The name arrived in him before the cogitator confirmed it. A ship that should have been 8th Legion. A ship wearing another lord's chains. A prize hiding in plain sight while lesser warriors stared at the siege below. Uzas looked at Talos through red lenses and, for one rare moment, spoke with clarity. "The fortress is meat," he said. "The ship is the bone." No one mocked him. Below, Villamus waited behind layered shields, fortress walls, and the stubborn courage of loyalists who had not yet accepted that courage was merely a slower form of dying. The fortress monastery rose from a scarred continent of black stone and storm-lashed seas. Its bastions were built into cliffs and mountain roots, shield generators buried beneath catacombs, gun towers stabbing upward like fingers accusing the heavens, orbital defense lasers fired through atmospheric turbulence, each lance beam clawing at the Red Corsair fleet. Void shields shimmered over the monastery in overlapping domes. Missile batteries filled the sky with contrails. Thunderhawks fought like hunting birds above the towers, red against loyalist colours, loyalist against renegade, machines shedding fire and bodies into the ravines below. The siege began with lance strikes. The first wave struck the outer defense rings, not to destroy them, but to force the shields into revealing their harmonics. Then came drop pods, black and red and midnight blue, screaming through the atmosphere while flak bursts punched some open before they could land. Those that survived slammed into courtyards, trench lines, fortress causeways, and armoured approach roads. Doors blew outward. Astartes emerged firing. Mortal defenders died in the thousands before the first hour ended. Then the siege tanks advanced. Vindicators and predators in renegade colours crawled through the killing fields under cover of smoke, shield bleed, and artillery thunder. Land raiders pushed through minefields, their tracks chewing rock, corpses, and wreckage into paste. Demon engines bounded between impact craters, brass jaws open, flesh cables whipping, their pilots no longer entirely separate from the machines that carried them. Heretic artillery bombarded the monastery's lower shields until the air became a wall of concussion. The Red Corsairs did not fight beautifully. They fought with mass, hunger, and organization. Talos respected that more than he wished to. First Claw entered the campaign as opportunists in Midnight Plate. Their orders named a breach action through the western catacombs once the shield layers faltered. Their true purpose was different. Supplies. Gene seed, if any, could be stolen before Red Corsair apothecaries claimed it. Leverage over Blackheart's captains. Shipboard codes. A path toward the echo of damnation. Talos gave the orders quietly, and his brothers understood because they were Night Lords. Betrayal required fewer explanations than loyalty. They met Varial in the Red Corsair Apothecarian beneath a captured landing bastion. The chamber had been a loyalist Medicae hall before the siege broke over it. Its walls still bore the carved symbols of the fortress defenders, half hidden now beneath blood spray, hanging cables, surgical lamps, and racks of harvested organs sealed in stasis glass. Lumen strips burned white overhead. The floor drains had clogged. Blood spread in shallow pools across the tiles, stirred by the boots of servitors and serfs. The air smelled of antiseptic, hot metal, burned flesh, and opened gene seed organs. Dying Astartes lay chained to reinforced slabs. Some were Red Corsairs, some were loyalists, some were renegades whose heraldry had been scraped away before death as punishment or convenience. Their armour was opened with reductor drills and narthecium blades. Rib cages were spread. Black carapace ports sparked where tools cut too deep. One warrior lived with both legs gone and his abdomen sealed beneath a pressure field. Another had no face, only tubes entering the meat beneath his shattered helm. One loyalist tried to recite an oath, while a servitor held his jaw open and a drill descended into his chest. Gene seed was treated as treasure, because it was. Varial the Flayer stood over the living and the dead with a surgeon's patience. His armour was red, but not with pride. Red Corsair colours lay beneath darker stains, old gore dried in seams and around gauntlet joints. Strips of cured face skin hung from his belt and pauldron chains, each one preserved with care, stretched and marked with tiny coded cuts. His helm was off. His face was pale, narrow, and utterly composed, the expression of a man studying defects in a blade rather than listening to warriors die. One eye had been replaced with a surgical optic that clicked softly as it adjusted focus. His narthecium was not merely maintained, it was adored. Every blade clean, every drill calibrated, every vial marked with precise script. He did not look up when First Claw entered. "The Night Lords," he said. "Late." Zal's hand shifted toward his chainsword. "Careful." Varial removed a progenoid gland from a dying Red Corsair with one smooth motion. The warrior on the slab arched against his chains. Varial dropped the organ into stasis fluid and sealed the vial before answering. "I am always careful. That is why my patients become resources instead of waste." Syrian looked around the chamber. "Charming. He will fit aboard the Covenant by evening. Talos stepped closer. You are Varial. I am. Formerly of the Astral Claws. Formerly many things, presently useful. Varial glanced at Talos at last. His surgical optic clicked. You are Talos Valcoran, apothecary who became commander without title, prophet with unstable neurological inheritance, carrier of damaged Legion pride. Your gene line interests me. Zarl laughed once. I like him less now. Varial's gaze moved to Zarl. You have old cranial trauma, poorly repaired plate integration, and excessive confidence in blunt force. Fascinating, but common. Syrian's smile formed behind his helm. Do me next. You smell of psychic corruption and concealment. The smile remained. The humour did not. Talos watched the exchange and understood the shape of the Red Corsair apothecary immediately. Varial did not hunger for glory. He did not seek applause from warlords or the crude pleasure of battlefield dominance. He wanted flesh, function, knowledge, preservation, and ownership of the processes by which legions continue to exist. He saw the Night Lords as relics, undisciplined, degraded, genetically valuable, politically foolish, and biologically intriguing. In another life, Talos might have killed him for the insult. In this one, he needed him. You serve Blackheart, Talos said. I serve continuity. You wear his colours. Colours are not organs. I do not confuse decoration with anatomy. Zarl stepped closer. That sounds like cowardice dressed as intellect. Varial turned back to the slab and drove a drill into the loyalist's chest. Bone dust and blood spattered his gauntlet. The warrior bucked against the chains, a strangled roar tearing from his broken mouth. No, Varial said over the scream. Cowardice is wasting viable gene seed because pride demanded a frontal assault. Talos said nothing. The words landed too close to truth. The siege drove onward while First Claw descended into the catacombs. Villamus had been built deep as well as high. Beneath its gun towers and shield domes lay burial vaults, munitions arteries, reliquary halls, training chambers, armorium sublevels, power conduits, escape routes, and sealed sanctums where chapter serfs died defending locks they did not understand. The catacombs became a war inside the war. Above, Titans and siege tanks broke walls. Below, Astartes murdered by bolter flash and blade glare in corridors barely wide enough for two warriors to pass. First Claw moved ahead of the Red Corsair assault columns and ignored objectives when better opportunities appeared. A loyalist squad held a reliquary bridge over a chasm filled with power cabling and incense smoke. They were disciplined, wounded, and doomed. Mercutian's heavy bolter opened the fight, not at the defenders, but at the bridge supports behind them. When the structure lurched, Zarl charged. His chainsword met the first loyalist at the midpoint, teeth screaming against ceramite, then biting through. The warrior died trying to hold formation. Zarl hurled the corpse into the man behind him and broke both their lines. Syrian stalked the flanks, whispering false orders into the loyalist vox after harvesting command phrases from a dying serf. Uzas plunged into the confusion, axe rising and falling, blood smoke trailing from its teeth. Talos killed with Aurum in one hand and Bolter in the other, not because the sword was needed, but because every loyalist who recognized the blade died angry, and anger made them predictable. When Red Corsairs arrived to claim the reliquary's gene vault, First Claw had already opened it. A renegade sergeant in crimson plate blocked Talos at the vault threshold. By order of Blackheart, all progenoid material is to be surrendered to Red Corsair apothecaries. Talos looked at the 3 stasis caskets carried by Septimus and 2 trembling slaves behind him. No. The sergeant raised his bolter. This is not a request. Zal's chainsword came to life. The red corsairs died quickly because they had mistaken alliance for safety. Mercutian put the first down with a burst that opened his torso. Talos severed the sergeant's gun hand and drove Aurum through his helm lens. Syrian shot the Vox operator before he completed a warning. Uzas killed the last with his bare hands after his chain axe jammed in another body. Septimus stood very still while Astartes murdered allies around him. One of the slaves beside him began to sob. Septimus kicked the man in the knee hard enough to silence him without breaking the joint. "Carry," he hissed. The slave carried. That was how humans survived. Talos found Varial again after the catacomb action, alone in a side apothecarian improvised from a burial chamber. Red corsair corpses lay beside loyalist dead. Varial had opened all of them without prejudice. His surgical lamps burned over exposed ribs and cooling organs. A face hung from a hook nearby, preserved in progress. "You killed Blackheart's warriors," Varial said. "They objected to our salvage. Blackheart objects to theft. Then he should guard his possessions better." Varial sealed a vial and placed it into a case. "You did not come here merely for gene seed." "No." "The ship," Varial said. Talos did not answer. "The echo of damnation," the apothecary continued. "You have watched it since entering the muster. Your berserker noticed before your whip did. That must have been humiliating. I could kill you." "You could. It would be anatomically simple and strategically wasteful." Varial looked up. "You lack supplies. You lack recruitment stability. You lack surgical discipline. Your company is dying, though I suspect you already know that and resent anyone else noticing." Talos stepped closer. "And you are wasted among corsairs. I am well supplied. You are owned." Varial's surgical optic clicked. "Ownership is tolerable when efficient. No, it is tolerable when you have forgotten what you are." For the first time, Varial paused. Talos pressed the wound he had found. "You were made from a legion's legacy, however corrupted by later banners. You now serve a pirate king who collects renegades like trophies and calls logistics loyalty. Blackheart will feed you bodies, yes. He will give you laboratories, stock, subjects, gene seed, and in return, you will spend eternity maintaining his empire of stolen colors. Your alternative? Betrayal." Varial waited. "The echo of damnation belongs in 8th Legion hands," Talos said. "Help us take it. Bring your tools, your stocks, your knowledge. Serve continuity, if that is the lie you prefer. But serve it aboard a ship that is ours, not beneath the leash of the tyrant of Badab." Varial studied him for a long moment. Around them, one of the dying warriors on the slabs tried to speak. The sound became a wet bubbling. Neither apothecary looked away from the other. "Your legion despises itself," Varial said. "Yes. Your warband is unstable. Yes. Your berserker is a contamination risk. Your marksman is hiding corruption. Your champion solves social disputes with dismemberment. Your heavy gunner is the only one who appears properly maintained. You are a prophet who confuses guilt with command." Talos inclined his head. "Will you join us?" Varial looked back down at the open corpse beneath his hands. His blade moved once, precise and final. "Yes," he said, "but I will require storage space, surgical authority over viable gene material, and the right to kill any slave who contaminates my work." "Granted. And if your brothers threaten my apothecarian?" "They will." "Then I will educate them." Talos almost smiled. Almost. Above them, Villamus continued to die. The fortress monastery's outer shields collapsed under sustained bombardment. Red Corsair banners rose over broken walls. Loyalist defenders fell back by layers, killing as they retreated, dying in disciplined clusters, sacrificing thousands for minutes. Minutes for chambers, chambers for relics, relics for honor. Huron Blackheart's war machine ground forward and called the grinding victory. The Maelstrom fleet howled its triumph. Renegades cheered over Vox channels thick with static and blood. First Claw did not cheer. They stood in a captured embarkation vault, with Varial's sealed cases loaded among ammunition crates, stolen gene caskets, armor parts, and Red Corsair codes harvested from dead officers. Septimus counted the cargo twice, hands shaking only when no Astartes looked directly at him. Blackened waited beyond the blast doors, its engines warming with an irritated whine. Uzas stood at the threshold, staring upward, though no sky was visible through the mountain above. "The fortress is meat," he said again. Zal rested the double-handed chainsword across one shoulder. "We heard you the first time." Uzas turned toward Talos. For a heartbeat, the madness parted. Beneath it was a warrior of Nostramo, scarred and drowning, but still aware enough to know prey when he saw it. The bone waits in orbit. Talos looked to the Vox codes in Varial's hand, then to the tactical slate, showing the echo of damnation in high anchor beyond the siege fleet's inner cordon. Villamus was falling. Let Blackheart have his hollow victory. Let the Red Corsairs count walls, bodies, banners, and conquered stone. First Claw had found something better than triumph. They had found a ship worth stealing. First Claw could not storm the echo of damnation by strength alone. That truth offended Zal, amused Sirion, irritated Uzas beyond speech, and satisfied Varial in the way a clean diagnosis satisfied a surgeon. It was not cowardice. It was mathematics, the same cold arithmetic Talos had trusted since the Great Crusade. A cruiser full of Red Corsairs could not be taken by a handful of Night Lords through courage, spite, and close combat, no matter how lethal those handful were. The Echo had void shields, gunnery crews, sealed blast doors, active counterboarding protocols, internal kill teams, functioning apothecarian stores, armories fat with shells, and a command crew that believed every ally in the Maelstrom was already plotting betrayal. They were correct. Their failure was assuming they knew where the betrayal would begin. It began before the first boarding pod armed its hooks. It began in cargo manifests, falsified by Septimus, under Varial's instruction. Each crate marked with Red Corsair authentication codes, stripped from dead officers beneath Villamus. It began in slave transfer lists, where Nostrum and deckhands were quietly separated from mixed crews and assigned to junctions near pressure seals, Medicae holds, ammunition lifts, and Vox relays. It began in Varial's apothecarian codes, still accepted by Red Corsair Medicae systems, because no one had yet realized the Flayer had ceased being Huron Blackheart's asset. It began in old loyalties, not noble ones, not clean ones, but the ugly loyalty of men who heard Nostrum spoken in a corridor and remembered that not every master wore red. The red. Corsairs believed all warriors were selfish. Varial weaponized that assumption. He sent orders requesting quarantine transfer of contaminated gene seed from Villamus to the Echo of Damnation. He flagged the shipment as unstable, contagious, and valuable enough to require immediate isolation. Red Corsair systems accepted the codes. Their biocontainment decks prepared sealed compartments. Their internal servitors rerouted power to Medicae vaults and away from secondary defensive bulkheads. Their shipboard apothecaries demanded clarification and received precisely worded abuse in Varial's voice, which they accepted as proof of authenticity because arrogance was the only language their kind respected. Syrian handled the mortals. His voice moved through the vox before his body ever reached the ship. Whispered warnings, false pressure alarms, half-heard orders claiming that Blackheart's captains were purging unreliable crews after the siege. He sent one deck into panic by broadcasting a list of names and execution stations. He sent another into silence by playing the last screams of a Red Corsair officer First Claw had killed in the catacombs. Some crewmen armed themselves against enemies that were not yet aboard. Some sealed themselves in compartments that would later become tombs. Some reported to muster points that existed only in Syrian's imagination. Fear prepared the corridors. Varial prepared the body. At the appointed moment, half the Echo's biocontainment systems locked down under the claim of a gene plague outbreak. Doors sealed. Alarm lumens flashed amber. Servitors sprayed sterilizing foam across corridors where no infection existed. Apothecarian lifts froze between decks. A Red Corsair kill team sent to investigate found themselves trapped inside a quarantine chamber while the internal temperature dropped below survival tolerance. Their armor kept them alive. Their anger did not open the doors. Septimus sat in Blacken's cockpit with sweat crawling down his back beneath his flight harness, listening to the machine's spirit snarl through the control columns. The Thunderhawk hung in the shadow of the Covenant of Blood, engines damped, hull dark, transponder mast beneath stolen Red Corsair codes. Around them, the Maelstrom fleet still celebrated the siege of Villamus. Vox traffic was thick with victory claims, docking permissions, casualty reports, salvage disputes, and threats dressed as command. No one watched the Night Lords closely enough. No one ever watched allies closely enough until the knives were already inside them. In the troop bay, First Claw waited. Talos stood at the ramp with Aurum active in one hand and Anathema drawn in the other. The golden blade cast a faint light across Midnight Plate, a stolen relic shining like accusation. Anathema drank the shadows beside it. His bolter was mag-locked to his thigh. His helm display fed him rune strings from Varial's stolen protocols, Blacken's approach vector, internal maps of the Echo, and the living icons of his brothers. Zal rolled his shoulders, double-handed chainsword clutched in both fists. The weapon had been oiled, cleaned, and fed fresh teeth taken from Red Corsair stores. He had objected to the plan until Talos explained that once the doors opened, subtlety would no longer be required. That had improved his mood. Mercutian checked the feed of his heavy bolter with almost devotional patience. Ammunition belts hung from his armor in disciplined loops. His stillness made the weapon seem more alive than he did. Syrian stood with his head slightly bowed, listening to channels only he had opened. Deck serfs are turning on one another near the starboard magazines, he said. A false rumor claims Blackheart ordered all Villamus survivors sterilized before reassignment. Did he? Zal asked. No idea. That is why it works. Uzas knelt by the ramp, axe teeth cycling and stopping. His breath rasped over the vox. Too long. Patience, Talos said. Blood waits. Blood will continue waiting until ordered otherwise. Uzas looked up. For a moment, the Berserker's helm lenses seemed too bright. It calls. It always calls. And you always answer late. Zal laughed. He has you there. Talos did not answer. He watched the boarding timer tick down in written runes, no numerals, only old legion marks crawling toward release. Varial's voice. entered the channel from the secondary boarding craft attached beneath Blackened's approach path. Primary Medici doors are sealed. Internal defense network rerouted. Enemy command believes the disturbance is a containment failure combined with slave unrest. Duration? Talos asked. Until they stop being stupid. That is not a duration. No, it is a warning. Septimus broke in. Final approach. Hooks in 10 heartbeats, Lord. Talos looked to First Claw. We take the ship. We do not take trophies until command is ours. We do not chase stragglers. We do not spend ourselves for spite. Syrian turned his helm toward Uzas. I believe he is looking at you, brother. Uzas rose slowly. Let the doors open. The boarding claws struck the echo of damnation. Blackened slammed against the cruiser's outer hull with enough force to make the Thunderhawk groan through every rib and rivet. Mag clamps screamed. Melter cutters burned white. The assault tunnel locked, pressurized, and blew forward through the armor skin of the ship. For a breath, there was only vibration. Then the lights inside the Echo failed. Zal was first through the breach. The survivors in that compartment heard his chains word before they saw him. That was all they had time to know. The blade screamed from darkness, and the dark answered with Nostroman laughter. Red Corsair mortal crewmen, armed with shotguns and boarding pikes, died in pieces. Zal did not kill them as opponents. He erased them as obstacles. One man's torso came apart from shoulder to hip. Another struck the wall in two halves, his legs still kicking after the rest of him slid down the bulkhead. A third fired a shotgun into Zal's chest plate at a distance close enough to blacken the ceramite. Zal seized him by the neck and crushed until blood burst from the man's eyes inside his void hood. Talos followed through the breach with both blades raised. A red Corsair Astartes came from the left, bolter firing point blank. A shell struck Talos's pauldron and detonated, turning old blue ceramite into flying shards. Talos stepped into the impact rather than away from it. Aurum cut the bolter in half. Anathema drove beneath the renegade's breastplate, through abdominal cabling and into the meat beneath. The red Corsair tried to headbutt him. Talos twisted the blade and opened him from inside. The warrior fell snarling, black blood leaking from the split in his armor. Forward, Talos voxed. Mercutian answered with thunder. The first red Corsair counterline formed behind boarding shields at the end of the corridor. Disciplined enough to be dangerous, arrogant enough to stand close. Their shields locked. Bolters rose over the rim. They expected a charge. Mercutian gave them a lesson in expectation. His heavy bolter hammered in controlled bursts. Mass reactive shells struck the shields and detonated in chained impacts, turning reinforced plates into buckling metal. The second burst punched through. The third made the corridor vanish behind explosions of armor, bone, and red ceramite. Boarding shields became shrapnel. The mortal crew hiding behind the Astartes died as shredded cover, their bodies pulped by fragments that had once protected them. One red Corsair remained standing with both arms gone. Mercutian fired again and removed the matter of his survival. Syrian moved past the carnage without haste. His work was already blooming ahead of them. Vox relays screamed false evacuation orders. Pressure alarms sent crews running towards sealed doors. Internal Auspex ghosts showed Night Lords where none existed and hid them where they truly moved. He opened channels to mortal decks and whispered in low Gothic, Nostroman, and the clipped command cant of Red Corsair overseers. He told engine serfs the reactor was compromised. He told armsmen that the apothecarian had released a flesh plague. He told a squad of counterboarders that their captain had ordered them to abandon their post, then overlaid the order with the captain's own dying voice. Some believed, some doubted, all hesitated. Syrian smiled behind his skull helm and fed on the hesitation. Talos saw it in the way he moved, a fraction too fluid, too pleased. Fear gathered around him like warmth around a reactor. There was corruption in it, quiet and intimate, a whispering hunger that did not roar like Uzas's god, but smiled while it drank. The assault split the Echo's interior into wounds. Varial took the Medici decks with a secondary force of slaves, servitors, and 2 Night Lords from another claw bribed with gene seed promises. He did not fight like First Claw. He killed systems first. Doors sealed behind enemy squads and opened before his own. Biocontainment flooded rooms with sedative gas, then vacuum, then heat sterilization. Red Corsair apothecaries found their own Narthesium stations locked against them. One tried to override Varial's codes and received a reductor drill through the spine when the Flayer stepped from behind a surgical curtain. "Your protocols are poorly guarded," Varial told the dying warrior. The Red Corsair spat blood. "Traitor!" Varial tilted his head. "Redundant." Then he harvested him. The plan survived until Uzas broke it. He broke formation at the junction of the lower spine, where timing required First Claw to hold until the Covenant of Blood made its final approach. Counterboarding troops were being drawn toward a false breach 3 decks above. A little patience would have left the route clear. Uzas heard their boots through the deck, heard blood, heard challenge, heard whatever red thing had lodged behind his eyes during centuries of slaughter. He went after them. "Uzas," Talos voxed. No answer. The Berserker dropped through a maintenance hatch and landed amid the Red Corsair counterboarders before their formation reached the upper decks. Chainaxe first. Discipline vanished beneath his impact. The first renegade died with the axe buried between helm and chest. His body folded around the blow. Uzas tore the weapon free and took a bolter shell against his hip. Another shell burst against his helm. A power maul struck his shoulder and cracked plate. He laughed through it all. The timing collapsed. Red Corsair counterboarders flooded the junction below, redirected by the fight, enraged by the sudden proof that Night Lords were already deeper than reports claimed. They came in numbers too thick for subtlety. Bolters, flamers, chain blades, mortal armsmen behind them with shot cannons and boarding nets. Uzas would have died there if death had not become bored of asking him politely. "Mercutian," Talos ordered. "Moving." The heavy bolter dominated the junction from the upper gantry. Mercutian braced against a pillar and fired downward into the crush. Red Corsairs died in bursts of torn plate and meat. Mortal armsmen became red spray. A flamer team detonated when a shell punched through the fuel tank, filling the lower deck with burning promethium that washed around Uzas and painted him in fire. He emerged from the flames still laughing, armor blackening, axe teeth clogged with flesh. Zal vaulted down beside him. "Idiot," Zal snarled. "Blood," Uzas replied. "Yes, I see it." Together they broke the counterattack. Zal's chainsword struck where formations were strongest, smashing the line apart by violence so sudden it became its own tactic. Uzas filled every gap with madness. He was dangerous to ally and enemy alike, but in that moment the enemy stood closer. Talos descended last, blades crossing, cutting through survivors with a precision that felt almost surgical beside the butcher work of his brothers. Syrian's voice came over the vox. "The lower decks are now completely awake." Talos drove Aurum through a Red Corsair's throat seal. Then put them back to sleep. I will tell them a bedtime story. While First Claw carved its way toward the command spine, the Covenant of Blood made its last war. The old strike cruiser came out of the dark with every remaining gun awake. Its engines burned unevenly. Its shields flickered like dying eyes. Its hull was already wounded from Crythe and centuries before Crythe. It should have held back. It should have conserved itself, preserved what little remained of its machine spirit, and let the boarding action decide the prize. The Exalted chose otherwise. Or perhaps Vandred did. Talos would never know the full truth, and that ignorance would haunt him longer than certainty. On the Covenant's command deck, the possessed Lord stood amid sparks, smoke, and screaming bridge crew, while Red Corsair escorts turned to intercept. His talons gripped the command throne hard enough to crack ancient metal. The demon inside him wanted spectacle, fire, collision, a grand exit painted across the void in burning wreckage. It wanted to spend the ship like a sacrifice. It wanted witnesses. But beneath it, buried under horns, mutated flesh, and the long possession of his own body, Vandred Anrathi remembered command. He remembered terror. He remembered First Claw. He remembered Talos bleeding beneath a loyalist blade. For one moment, the old captain fought the thing that owned him. "Drive us between them," he ordered. His voice broke on the words, half demon, half man. The helmsman obeyed because slaves obeyed what frightened them most. The Covenant plunged into the Red Corsair response line. Macro cannons fired until their barrels overheated. Lance batteries struck an escort through its reactor housing and split it open in white fire. Torpedoes launched at suicidal range. The Covenant's prow smashed through debris, wreckage, and incoming fire, closing with a cruiser that had once worn Imperial colours before Huron's thieves took it. Red Corsair ships fired into her. The Covenant answered. It became a weapon one final time. Its shields failed. Its port flank opened to space. Gun decks vanished. Crewmen died by the hundreds, then the thousands, flash frozen or burned or pulped by internal explosions. Servitors continued firing guns while the decks beneath them split. The machine spirit howled across every linked system, not in fear, but in hatred so pure that even the tech thralls wept binary through bleeding mouths. The ship rammed one Red Corsair escort amidships and detonated its own forward magazines. The explosion gutted both vessels. A second enemy ship sheared away to avoid the expanding wreck and drifted into the Covenant's final torpedo spread. A third burned under uncontrolled lance discharge from batteries that should have been dead. The Covenant of Blood died killing. Aboard the Echo of Damnation, Talos felt it through the Vox before the final image reached his display. A scream of static, a burst of machine rage, a flood of dead crew identifiers. Then silence where an old, hateful presence had always been. Septimus whispered over the channel from Blackened, voice cracked. "Lord, the Covenant is gone." Talos stopped in the command corridor of the Echo, both blades wet, dead Red Corsairs around his boots. For a heartbeat, he was back in the dark halls of the ship that had carried them through exile, starvation, fratricide, and war. He saw its black corridors, its dead lumen strips, its mad servitors, its armories of scarcity, its machine spirit that had hated weakness and endured anyway. Then, a Red Corsair captain charged him with a power sword. Talos killed him without thought. Aurum cut aside the blade. Anathema entered beneath the chin and burst through the back of the helm. The corpse fell, and the moment passed. "Take the bridge," Talos said. First Claw obeyed. The final resistance aboard the Echo broke not because every defender died, but because enough of them understood the ship had already changed masters. Varial held the Medici decks. Syrian had poisoned the Vox with contradictions. Mercutian controlled the command approach with heavy bolter fire. Zal and Uzaz left the main junction carpeted with dead. Talos entered the bridge with Aurum shining in one hand and Anathema dripping in the other. The Red Corsair bridge crew knelt or died. Some chose too slowly and did both. When the command throne accepted the new codes, the Echo of Damnation shuddered as if waking from humiliation. Its engines answered. Its guns turned from old masters toward pursuers. Its void shields cycled under Night Lord's control. Across its decks, surviving mortals lowered their eyes and began the ancient work of adjusting to new tyrants. First Claw stood on the bridge of their stolen ship, while the Covenant of Blood burned behind them in the void. There was no cheering. Zal's armor was split in 3 places. Uzas bled from wounds that would have killed anything mortal and many things that were not. Mercutian had burned through most of his ammunition. Syrian's laughter had gone quiet. Varial arrived with cases of gene seed and surgical tools, already issuing orders to crewmen who had not yet learned to fear him properly. Septimus stood near the helm stations, staring at the tactical display where the Covenant's icon had vanished. Talos sat in nothing, claimed nothing. He stood before the bridge oculus and watched the debris field expand. Victory surrounded them. A ship taken, enemies dead. Gene seed. Secured. Red Corsairs betrayed. The 8th Legion's colours soon to stain another hull. By every cruel measure of the long war, First Claw had triumphed. Yet the triumph felt like a corpse in their arms. The Covenant of Blood was gone. Vandred was gone, or the Exalted was, or both. And Talos did not know which death he mourned. The old ship that had hated them and carried them was ash and wreckage. Their new prize hummed beneath their boots, powerful, functional, resentful, unfamiliar. First Claw had gained a future by burning one of its last pieces of the past. Talos watched the void until the fires dimmed. Set course, he said. No one asked where. The Echo of Damnation turned from the dying battlefield, bearing its new masters into the dark. The Echo of Damnation did not yet know its masters. Its corridors still carried the habits of Red Corsair discipline. Bulkhead markings bore old cipher tags beneath fresh scrapes of midnight paint. Armory doors opened only after muttered threats, stolen codes, and the occasional execution of a crewman who knew the correct rite, but not when to offer it. The launch decks stank of unfamiliar oils. The Medici vaults answered Varial with reluctant precision, as though the ship's machine spirits had not yet decided whether the Flayer was a surgeon or an infestation. Its bridge crew worked in silence beneath the gaze of Night Lord's overseers, every mortal heartbeat loud with fear, resentment, calculation, and the opportunistic obedience that kept men breathing aboard traitor vessels. The ship had been taken, but not tamed. Talos knew the difference. The Covenant of Blood had hated them with ancient familiarity. The Echo hated them like a prisoner measuring the distance to a blade. Its systems obeyed because Varial had taken the Apothecarian and Septimus had fed the command throne the correct lies. Its crew obeyed because those who refused had been nailed to the inner blast doors by Zal's hand or opened on Varial's tables for the practical education of the rest. Yet every deck held men who had served other masters yesterday and would serve new ones tomorrow if survival required it. Loyalty was a currency aboard the Echo. Fear set the exchange rate. They were still counting ammunition stripped from Red Corsair lockers, when the first warp beacon flared. It was faint, almost elegant, hidden beneath the false static of a damaged auger return. A lesser crew might have missed it. A loyal crew might have trusted the machine spirit's reluctance to name it. Septimus found it because he feared every silence aboard the Echo and distrusted every signal that pretended innocence. He brought the data to Talos with his hands steady and his eyes lowered. "Lord," he said, "something is following us." Talos stood before the bridge oculus, watching the void roll around the stolen ship. Behind him, crew thralls bent over command stations. 2 had fresh bandages where their ears had been cut for failing to respond quickly enough to Nostroman orders. 1 whispered a prayer too quietly for human ears. Talos heard it anyway. "What?" "A beacon, not ours. It is using our wake. It has been doing so since we left the Maelstrom edge." Syrian leaned against the command rail, skull helm under one arm, his smile mild. "A gift from our late Red Corsair friends?" "Too disciplined," Mercutian said from the shadows. His heavy bolter rested across his chest in a way that made even the bridge crew avoid breathing near him. "Too patient." Zal looked up from sharpening the teeth of his chainsword. "Say loyalists and save us the ceremony." Septimus swallowed. Loyalist signatures emerging, strikecraft, boarding vectors. The alert klaxons began a heartbeat later. The echo of damnation shook as the first boarding torpedoes struck. They came with method, not frenzy. That was how Talos knew the enemy before the augurs completed their identification. The Genesis chapter did not howl across the Vox. They did not broadcast challenges or sermons to their prey. They marked the echo with warp beacon precision, followed its stolen wake, and boarded with the cold confidence of suns shaped by doctrine. Their torpedoes struck at multiple decks, not to overwhelm with spectacle, but to divide defenders. Their Thunderhawks moved beneath covering fire from escort craft that cut close to the Echo's shields, punishing the outer batteries before withdrawing behind. Debris clouds. The Loyalists entered the ship like a blade entering a wound. They advanced squad by squad through breached corridors, red-orange lenses steady behind ivory and crimson warplate. Their bolter fire came in disciplined bursts. Their sergeants used hand signs even when Vox channels remained clean. They drove mortal crew ahead of them only when necessary and killed them when they ceased to serve tactical purpose. They came not as avengers screaming oaths, but as executioners reciting duty inside their helms. First Claw met them before the third inner bulkhead fell. Talos led the counterstrike through unfamiliar corridors that still smelled of Red Corsair incense and fresh Night Lord's murder. He hated not knowing every turn by instinct. He hated relying on stolen deck maps and Septimus's frantic guidance from a secondary helm station. The Echo's internal architecture was similar to the Covenant in the broad sense, as all Astartes warships shared certain brutal truths. But similarity killed the careless. A junction where a Night Lord expected a maintenance alcove became an open firing lane. A shrine passage became a dead end. A lift that should have descended to armories instead rose toward crew decks packed with traitorous mortals waiting to see who would win before choosing which master to praise. "Left," Septimus voxed. 2 junctions ahead, enemy squad advancing in parallel through the munition artery. "Reliable?" Talos asked. "No, Lord. Honest, at least," Syrian said. "Mercutian." "Covering." The heavy bolter began to speak. Its rhythm became the heartbeat of First Claw under pressure. Loyalist bolters barked in controlled volleys, bright and clean, each detonation a disciplined word in the language of war. Mercutian answered with something deeper and uglier. His weapon did not bark. It hammered. It punished the corridor until the walls themselves seemed to flinch. Mass reactive shells tore through cover, bulkhead corners, exposed knees, weapon arms, and the brave geometry of Loyalist advance. A Genesis battle brother leaned from cover to fire and lost his shoulder, arm, and half his helm to the burst that met him. Another dragged the ruined warrior back, only for the next burst to shred them both into red fragments and fractured plate. First Claw did not hold ground as Loyalists understood it. They cheated. Talos fell back when the Genesis expected him to commit. Syrian opened false hatches and flooded corridors with evacuation warnings in the enemy's rear. Zal left dead crewmen rigged with grenades and waited until disciplined warriors stepped over them. Mercutian abandoned one firing position a breath before return fire would have bracketed him, then opened from another angle with ammunition fed by slaves too terrified to fumble. Uzas ignored every plan until violence made him useful, which was less strategy than weather. They were elite because they were impossible to kill cleanly. Not invulnerable, not noble, not perfect. Bolter shells cracked their armor. Loyalist blades found seals. Hammer blows broke ceramite and bone. They retreated, spat curses, ran dry, reloaded with stolen magazines, bled, lied, baited, counterstruck, and turned every corridor into a lesson in unfairness. Uzas ruined the first ambush by charging too soon. The Genesis squad advanced through a cargo nave lined with overturned munitions carts and dead Red Corsair crew. Talos had marked the crossfire. Mercutian had the lane. Syrian had infected their Vox with a false Auspex echo to draw them forward. Zal waited above a gantry, chainsword idle, every tooth ready. Then Uzas heard their battle hymn. It was not loud. The Genesis warriors spoke it over their internal Vox, a low cadence of oath and resolve. But Uzas heard enough. Perhaps the words reached him. Perhaps only the steadiness did. The berserker hated steadiness in prey. He broke from cover with his chain axe, screaming, launching himself into the open before Talos gave the order. The Loyalists punished him. Their bolters turned as one. The volley struck Uzas' center mass. Shells detonated across his breastplate, hip, thigh, and helm. He staggered but did not fall. A plasma pistol fired from the squad sergeant's hand and struck him in the shoulder, burning armor to white slag and cooking the meat beneath. Uzas roared, a sound of fury and pain distorted by his Vox grill. "Idiot!" Zal snarled. Talos moved before he decided to. He crossed the open lane under bolter fire, anathema in one hand, bolt pistol in the other. A shell burst against his left pauldron and spun him half sideways. Another detonated near his knee and filled his display with warning runes. Mercutian's heavy bolter opened above him, forcing the Genesis squad into cover. Syrian threw smoke grenades scavenged from Red Corsair lockers, and the cargo nave vanished behind grey chemical haze. Talos reached Uzas as the berserker tried to rise again. "You will die standing in stupidity," Talos growled. Uzas swung at him, not deliberately, not entirely. The axe came around in a red reflex. Talos caught the haft with his gauntlet and drove his helm into Uzas's faceplate, hard enough to crack the already damaged Vox grill. "Brother!" Talos snapped. The word cut where command had not. Uzas shuddered. Blood steamed from his shoulder wound. "They sang," he said. Talos dragged him backward by the collar ring as shells punched through the smoke around them. "Let them sing while they bleed. I can kill them. Yes, from cover." The absurdity of it might have been funny in another universe. Talos was angry enough to kill him. He was also unwilling to abandon him. That was the coward's truth of First Claw, the truth none of them liked to name. They would sacrifice worlds. They would murder allies. They would flay prisoners and mock the dead. But when one of their own lay under fire, hatred bent before brotherhood, even if only long enough to drag the fool back into darkness. Syrian laughed as Talos hauled Uzas behind a bulkhead. Beautifully disciplined extraction. Shall I note it in the annals? A thunderhammer struck the bulkhead beside him from the far side. The wall buckled inward. Syrian stepped back a fraction too late. The next blow tore the hatch frame apart and threw him across the corridor. He hit the deck hard, armor shrieking against metal, helm cracking against a rail. A Genesis warrior came through the ruined entryway with a Crozius-shaped hammer in both hands, battle litany rumbling from his vox. By Gilliman's law and the Emperor's judgment, the traitor is ash before the flame. Syrian pushed himself up on one arm. His left side sparked where the hammer's shock field had kissed him through the bulkhead. That was dreadful. The Genesis warrior advanced. "Truly," Syrian said, voice thin with pain but still amused. "Do they issue you those lines, or do you compose them during long patrols?" The hammer came down. Syrian rolled. The deck cratered where his chest had been. He fired his bolter upward, point blank, 2 shots into the loyalist's abdomen. The shells detonated against layered plate and drove the warrior back half a step, no more. Syrian tried to rise. His leg failed under him. Something inside his armor had broken. He laughed again, but this time the sound had blood in it. "Talos," Mercutian voxed. "Syrian is compromised." "I noticed," Syrian said. "No need for gossip." Zal arrived. He came through the smoke and wreckage with his chainsword already roaring, shouldering past Talos, past Uzas, past the falling sparks of the ruined hatch. Across from him, another loyalist stepped forward through the breach, larger than the others, his armor marked with laurels, campaign scars, and the iron certainty of a chapter champion. In his hands was a thunderhammer, its head wreathed in a disruption field that made the air crackle. His helm was crested, his stance perfect, his silence more insulting than any oath. "Ptolemian," Talos said. The name came from intercepted vox traffic, from the loyalists' reverent cadence, from the way the Genesis warriors shifted around him like lesser blades around a great one. Zal spat blood inside his helm. "Mine!" Talos could have ordered otherwise. He did not. The duel began without ritual. Ptolemion struck first, hammer sweeping in an arc that would have crushed Zal from shoulder to hip. Zal ducked inside the swing and drove his chainsword against the champion's side. Teeth screamed across ceramite, carving a scar but failing to bite deep. Ptolemion pivoted with brutal control and slammed the hammer haft into Zal's helm. The impact cracked the skull faceplate and sent Zal staggering. A lesser warrior would have lost balance. Zal turned the stagger into motion, ramming his shoulder into the champion and forcing him back into the corridor wall. They fought too close for beauty. Chainsword against thunderhammer, broken armor grinding, breath snarling through vox grills. Zal cut at joints, seals, hands, anything that could bleed or fail. Ptolemion fought like doctrine made flesh, each blow efficient, each movement guarded, each counter punishing. The hammer struck Zal's left pauldron and shattered it, sending ceramite fragments into the wall. It caught him in the ribs and lifted him from the deck, cracking internal bone despite transhuman density. Zal landed badly, rolled, and rose laughing through blood. "That all?" Ptolemion answered by breaking his arm. The hammer blow hit Zal's forearm as he raised the chainsword. The bone snapped inside the armor with a sound transmitted across the vox as a wet crack. The chainsword dropped for a heartbeat. The Genesis champion stepped in for the killing strike. Zal spat acid into his face. The gob of corrosive fluid struck the cracked edge of Ptolemaeon's helm lens and hissed, eating through the seal. The champion recoiled, not in fear, but blindness and pain. Zal surged forward. His broken arm hung useless, so he caught the chainsword in his remaining hand and drove his helm into Ptolemaeon's faceplate. Once. Twice. The second headbutt broke the damaged lens inward. Blood burst through the seam. The thunderhammer struck Zal in the abdomen. It should have ended him. The disruption field smashed plate, meat, and organ tissue into ruin. Zal's body folded around the blow. His armor screamed system failure. He vomited blood inside his helm and onto the inner grille. Ptolemaeon tried to withdraw the hammer for the final strike. Zal trapped it against himself. With his broken arm, with ruined armor, with what remained of strength and spite, he held the hammerhead buried against his own shattered body. Then he stepped closer, forcing Ptolemaeon close enough that honor had no room to breathe. "No fair fight," Zal rasped. "Not with us." He drove the chainsword upward with his good hand. The blade caught beneath Ptolemaeon's helm, into the gorget, through the compromised seal. The teeth bit. The weapon bucked as it met reinforced bone. Zal screamed, not in rage now, but effort, pushing the chainsword deeper while the champion hammered his fist into Zal's broken side. Once, twice, again. Zal did not stop. He shoved until the chain blade burst through the back of the loyalist's neck in a spray of blood, bone, and shredded cabling. Ptolemaeon died standing. Zal tore the blade free and headbutted him one last time. The Genesis champion fell. For a heartbeat, the loyalist advance faltered. Not from cowardice, from shock. Their champion lay dead in the gore-slick corridor, killed not by superior skill, not by noble contest, but by a Nostraman butcher willing to ruin himself to win. First Claw punished the pause. Mercutian's heavy bolter roared. Talos drove the countercharge. Uzas, still bleeding, threw himself into the flank. Syrian, half kneeling, shot a Genesis Marine through the knee and laughed when Zal stepped on the fallen warrior's throat. The loyalists withdrew by squads, disciplined even in retreat, but they withdrew. The Echo's corridors swallowed them into smoke, alarms, and blood. Zal remained standing until they were gone. Then he sat down hard against the wall. Talos reached him first. Variel's voice was already on the Vox, demanding access, demanding a path, demanding that fools stop dying in places inconvenient to surgical recovery. Talos ignored him and knelt beside Zal. The damage was obvious even without an apothecary's scan. Ruptured organs, broken ribs, spine trauma, internal bleeding too severe for field correction, armor systems failing, secondary heart struggling, primary heart stuttering. Transhuman life was stubborn, but not infinite. Zal removed his ruined helm with one hand and let it fall beside him. His face was a mask of blood. One eye was swollen shut. His teeth were red. "Did I win?" he asked. Talos looked at Ptolemaeon's corpse. "Yes." Zal smiled. It was ugly and perfect. "Good." Syrian dragged himself closer, one hand pressed to his damaged side. "For the record, brother, that was the least elegant duel I have ever witnessed." Zal's smile widened. "Then you watched it properly?" Uzas stood over them, silent for once. Axe lowered. Mercutian said nothing. His heavy bolter smoked in his hands. Talos reached for his narthecium, though he already knew. Zal caught his wrist. "No. You are dying. I know. I can take the pain. I did not ask you to." There were words Talos could have said. Brother, debt, honor, Nostramo, First Claw. Words were useless things around death. They diminished what they tried to hold. Zaal's grip weakened. "Make it worth it," he said. Then the deadliest warrior of 10th Company died sitting against a stolen ship's wall, surrounded by enemies, brothers, smoke, and the blood of the champion he had killed. No one moved for several seconds. Then Varial arrived and began issuing surgical orders. Talos stood. Grief did not come as tears. He had forgotten those, if he had ever truly known them. It came as coldness, as a narrowing of the world until every surviving loyalist aboard the Echo became a number awaiting subtraction. It came as memory. Zaal laughing before a charge. Zaal mocking visions. Zaal threatening everyone and meaning half of it. Zaal stepping between death and brotherhood so often that Talos had mistaken him for permanent. Nothing was permanent. Not legions, not ships, not fathers, not brothers. Talos turned toward the bridge. "Status of enemy withdrawal," Septimus answered from the command deck, voice trembling. "Genesis boarding elements are falling back to their insertion craft. Several remain trapped by sealed bulkheads. Their beacon is still active." "Good." Syrian looked up, pain hidden badly beneath amusement. That tone suggests something excessive. Talos stared down the corridor where Zaal had died. "Prepare cyclonic payloads." Mercutian lifted his helm slightly. "Against a chapter strike force. Against everything their beacon can still call home." There was a pause across the Vox. Even Uzas seemed to understand. Talos felt grief turning inside him, sharpening, losing the last warmth that might have made it weakness. It became calculation. It became atrocity with coordinates. It became the only offering the dead would understand. Zaal had asked him to make it worth it. Talos would answer in fire. Tsagualsa did not forgive the living for returning. The world hung beneath a dead sun, like a skull set upon black velvet. Its surface all broken stone, cold plains, wind-scoured ridges, and ruins that remembered a murdered god. Nothing grew there that deserved the name of life. Dust moved in thin grey sheets across basalt fields. Static crawled through Vox lines without source or mercy. The air tasted of old ash and minerals ground fine by centuries of storms. It was a world of endings, and the Night Lords had always been drawn to endings the way carrion birds were drawn to split flesh. Here, Conrad Kurz had died. The fact was older than many empires, and fresher than any wound his sons carried. The fortress where it happened had fallen into ruin, though not into silence. No place where a Primarch died could be truly silent. The stones held memory. The empty halls held judgment. The shadows seemed too deep, too aware, as though the Night Haunter's last breath had become part of the architecture. Every warrior who walked those corridors felt it and pretended he did not. Some muttered oaths, some spat on the floor, some touched the walls with gauntlets that had opened 1,000 bodies. None of them admitted they had come seeking meaning. That was the lie that brought them back. Their father's vision had to mean something. His death had to be more than execution. Their long fall had to be more than rot dragged out across centuries. The 8th Legion had to be more than broken murderers hiding inside the corpse of old purpose. So they returned to Tsagualsa and raised flayed banners where dust had buried the old hooks. They lit corpse fires beneath statues with no faces. They gathered claws, packs, remnants, half-companies, and solitary predators who had not worn a coherent chain of command since the heresy. They came to the father's grave to pretend they were still sons. The warband was hellish in its reunion. Raptors crouched along the shattered battlements like gargoyles, carved from midnight ceramite and rusted jump veins. Their talons clicked against stone. Their vox grills emitted shrieks of binharic distortion and human laughter. Below them, mutilated serfs carried ammunition crates, fuel canisters, trophies, and bodies under the eyes of masters who might kill them for stumbling, or for moving too slowly, or for making too much noise while bleeding. Some serfs had been branded with clan marks. Others had their mouths sewn shut because their screams had grown irritating during the voyage. One man dragged a cart of skulls with his left hand because his right had been taken for dropping a bolter magazine. Astartes moved through the ruins in scavenged armor, old Legion blue hidden beneath plates, stolen from loyalists, renegades, and brothers. Lightning marks crawled over ceramite, fractured by centuries of battle. Some helms bore batwing crests, some bore skull faces, some bore no heraldry at all, only soot, claw marks, and dried skin nailed around the edges. Flayed banners hung from spear racks, chains clattered with trophies. Broken dreadnoughts slept or raged in the deeper vaults, some still sane enough to curse, some so degraded that their sarcophagi had to be chained to the walls between battles. The Night Lords hated one another with a purity loyalists could only imitate with love. That was what Talos saw as he walked among them. He saw old grudges moving beneath polite nods. He saw hands resting close to weapons. He saw warriors weighing armor plates on brothers' bodies, judging what could be taken if a duel went well. He saw lesser claws watching first claw with fear sharpened by envy. He saw the absence beside him where Zal should have been, and the absence had weight. It walked with them. It breathed in every pause where a threat should have been. It laughed nowhere, and because it laughed nowhere, the silence became unbearable. Syrian noticed him noticing. "Our brothers are sentimental," Syrian said. "They return to the place of our father's death and immediately begin deciding who to kill after the speeches." Mercutian's heavy bolter rested across his back, repaired but not restored. Nothing was restored anymore. It is the most honest assembly this legion has held in centuries. Uzas walked several paces behind them, chain axe low, helm sealed. He had been quieter since Zal's death, which made him more dangerous rather than less. Silence in Uzas was not peace, it was pressure. His armor had been patched across the abdomen and shoulder, the repairs crude but functional. Dried blood remained where no one had bothered to clean it from the edges of his plate. "Ghosts here," he muttered. Syrian glanced back. "If you start apologizing to them, I will be forced to report improvement." Uzas did not answer. Varial moved with them as if walking through a laboratory too poorly maintained for his liking. His red armor stood out among the midnight plate, though he had already darkened parts of it with soot and old blood to make the color less offensive. Faces hung from his belt in cured strips. Surgical tools rested in perfect order across his vambrace. His gaze lingered on wounded warriors, damaged gene lines, unstable gait patterns, twitching hands, malformed armor interface ports, and all the physical evidence of a legion dying while pretending decay was heritage. "This gathering is inefficient," Varial said. Talos did not look at him. "It is not meant to be efficient." "Then it has succeeded." They descended into the lower catacombs where Malkarian slept. The vault doors were immense, carved in old Nostraman script and layered with seals that had failed long ago. Servitors unchained them while chanting corrupted rites in voices rendered flat by damaged throats. Cables withdrew from ports in the sarcophagus cradle. Coolant steamed across the floor. The dreadnought's chassis stood in the half-light, black and immense, a relic of wars more honest in their scale, if not their cause. His Reaper pattern autocannon hung silent. His power fist rested closed. The flamer beneath it exhaled the faint chemical stink of promethium. When Malkarian woke, the chamber seemed to become smaller around him. His optics ignited red. "Again," he said. The word rolled from his vox like stone dragged over tomb lids. Lesser Night Lords bowed. Some actually knelt. Fools. The Ancient had killed heroes whose names had become scripture, but worship disgusted him more than disrespect. His sarcophagus turned with a hydraulic growl. The nearest kneeling warrior lowered his head further, perhaps expecting blessing. Malkarian's power fist opened. "Stand," the dreadnought said, "or I will tread on you and call it mercy." The warrior stood quickly. Malkarian moved past him without another word, each step making dust leap from the floor. He did not ask for escort. He did not wait for tactical briefing. He walked alone into the deeper catacombs, a tomb that had remembered how to make war. Talos watched him go and wondered whether the Ancient envied the dead or merely resented being denied their silence. The visions came harder on Sagwalsa. Perhaps the world remembered Kurz too well. Perhaps Talos had carried the shape of this ending for so long that proximity made the wound reopen. He saw flashes at the edge of sight. Black armor split beneath alien blades, white hair streaming through darkness, red blood on grey stone, Mercutian falling, Syrian smiling with his throat open, Uzas reaching for truth and receiving death, Varial standing over remains with the calm of a surgeon determining that a limb could not be saved, and himself, always himself, walking toward the final hunt. He found First Claw in a ruined audience hall where Kurz's shadow seemed to cling to every broken arch. It had once been a place of command or judgment or theatre. With their father, the distinction had rarely mattered. The ceiling had collapsed in places, opening the hall to the dead sky. Dust fell in thin streams. Flayed banners snapped in the wind. A corpse fire burned in a brazier made from an Imperial saint's hollowed torso. Talos looked at what remained of his claw, Mercutian, cold and loyal, in the only way the Legion still understood. Syrian, amused and poisonous, wearing charm over corruption as neatly as skin over muscle. Uzas, mad, blood-marked, drowning in the god he would not name, and the brotherhood he could no longer understand. Varial, precise and attached, a flayer who preserved gene seed with more care than he showed living souls. And Talos himself, prophet, murderer, relic thief, hypocrite, still pretending visions could be made useful if only enough blood was spent to interpret them correctly. "We are corrupted," he said. Syrian tilted his helm. "A stirring revelation. Shall I summon scribes? I do not mean worship. I do not mean mutation. That is fortunate. Some of us would feel excluded." Talos turned on him. "You feed on fear." The hall quieted. Even the wind seemed to lose its voice. Syrian's posture did not change, but something beneath his stillness sharpened. "We are Night Lords. That accusation lacks precision." "You know what I mean." Mercutian looked from Talos to Syrian. Uzas lifted his head slowly. Syrian laughed softly. "Our prophet has decided to conduct moral inventory on our father's grave. Appropriate, I suppose. The dead are famously patient listeners." Uzas stepped forward. "He smells wrong." Syrian turned toward him. "You smell of old blood and failure. Shall we all share?" Uzas's chain axe teeth clicked once. "Not blood. Fear. You drink it." Varial watched with surgical interest. "This is diagnostically promising." Talos felt the shape of disaster closing, but prophecy did not give him the means to stop it. It had never been salvation. It was a warning delivered after the trap had already sprung. Before any blade came free, the Eldari attacked. They did not announce themselves with bombardment. They did not descend in roaring pods or crude assault craft. They arrived like a thought entering a skull. One moment, Tsargualsa belonged to the Night Lords and their dead father. The next, its shadows were moving wrong. The first screams came from the battlements. Raptors died without understanding how. Shuriken fire whispered through the dark, monomolecular discs, slicing through armor joints, throat seals, exposed cables, and soft tissue with surgical malice. Jump packs failed. Bodies fell from the heights, midnight armor striking stone with wet cracks. Then the psychic assault struck, and for one heartbeat, every Night Lord in the ruins heard his own death spoken in a voice that was not sound. Ulthwé had come. Black Guardians moved through dust and ruin with terrible speed, their armor dark as prophecy, their helms pale, their weapons whispering. Warlocks walked behind them, witch blades glowing, minds burning like cold stars. Wraithbone constructs advanced through shattered gates without fear, spirit stones lit from within by the dead who had agreed to kill again. Falcons and gravtanks skimmed low over the plains, their engines barely audible beneath the rising chaos. The Eldari did not fight like men. They did not hold ground, did not roar, did not waste. They struck where the future told them flesh would be vulnerable, and in that precision was a cruelty even the Night Lords could respect. Their psychic terror turned the 8th Legion's own doctrine back upon it. Night Lords heard whispers in Nostraman from voices they had buried. They saw curs walking in the corners of their vision. They saw the faces of slaves they had skinned, brothers they had betrayed, children they had used as warnings during the crusade. Some fought harder for it. Some faltered. Some fired at ghosts and were cut down by real blades while screaming that they saw their father. Bolters answered shuriken fire. The ruins became a storm of midnight and black. Across the galaxy, billions died in wars so vast that no single mind could count them. Hive fleets consumed worlds. Orc empires crashed into Imperial sectors. Necron tombs opened beneath unsuspecting colonies. Crusades burned across the cicatrix like sparks on a funeral pyre. Grand wars, sector wars, planetary wars, wars that moved fleets and titans and populations beyond number. Yet here, in the catacombs of one dead world, the ending of First Claw turned on a handful of killers in the dark. That was the galaxy's oldest insult. Scale meant nothing to grief. Malkarian met the first Wraith construct alone in a passage of cracked obsidian. His autocannon roared, shells hammering into its chest, splintering wraithbone in pale shards. The construct came on, silent, blade raised. The war sage struck it with his power fist and drove it into the wall hard enough to crack the stone behind it. Promethium washed over its helm. Ghostlight screamed through its broken frame. "Xenos," Malkarian growled. "I killed better things at Terra." He walked deeper. First Claw fell back through the audience hall into the catacombs, not fleeing, not yet, but choosing murder's ground. Mercutian fired until the heavy bolter's barrel glowed dull red. Each burst tore Eldari bodies apart when it caught them, but catching them was the misery. They moved too fast. They were never where Rage wanted them to be. Syrian used false vox calls until the psychic static made lies indistinguishable from screams. Varial killed one Guardian with a reductor drill through the faceplate and immediately dragged the body into cover to study the anatomy before Talos ordered him onward. Uzas watched Sirion, not the enemy, not the blades in the dark. Syrian. The truth had entered his broken mind and found a shape simple enough for even madness to hold. Syrian had fed on them, fed on crew, fed on fear. Perhaps not always, perhaps not in ways easy to prove, but Uzas knew hunger when he smelled it. He had been hunger for centuries. "You did it," Uzas said. Syrian fired at a shadow and missed. "You will need to be more specific. I have enjoyed a long life. The dead, the crew, the fear. You let them blame me." Talos turned. Too late. Syrian's smile was tired, almost gentle. "Uzas, brother, they blamed you because you were usually standing over the bodies. You drank. I survived." Uzas lunged. Syrian did not meet him head-on. He never had. He moved aside, let the chain axe strike stone, and drove a blade into Uzas's damaged side, where old repairs had never fully held. Uzas roared and backhanded him hard enough to crack his helm. Talos started forward, but shuriken fire filled the space between them, slicing sparks from his armor and forcing him into cover. Mercutian turned his heavy bolter, but Eldari ghosts were already in the lane. Syrian staggered, laughing through blood. "You want truth," he said to Uzas. "Fine, you were useful. Your madness hid so many little indulgences." Uzas made a sound that was almost a sob and almost a growl. Syrian stepped closer, too close, suicidal unless he knew exactly where the wound in Uzas's soul lay. Zal knew. Talos suspected. Mercutian judged. I smiled. "And you, poor brother. You drowned so loudly no one heard me drinking." Uzas attacked again. Syrian let the axe take him across the torso. It bit deep, spraying blood and ceramite fragments. At the same moment, he drove his own blade up beneath Uzas's helm, into the throat seal Talos had seen torn open too many times. Uzas seized Syrian with both hands. For a heartbeat, they stood locked together, brother against brother, corruption against madness, both too ruined to be innocent. Then an Eldari blade flashed from the dark. It passed through Uzas from behind, clean and bright, emerging from his chest in a fan of blood. The berserker looked down, as if surprised that death had finally found the correct door. Syrian shoved him away. Uzas fell to his knees. His chain axe slipped from his hand and clattered across the stone. He looked at Talos through cracked red lenses. Whatever tried to speak through him at the end was not clear. Perhaps apology, perhaps accusation, perhaps only blood bubbling through a ruined throat. Then Uzas died on Sagwalsa, and Brotherhood collapsed a little further beneath accumulated lies. Syrian remained standing for 3 breaths before he fell against a pillar, one hand pressed to the wound Uzas had given him. He looked almost amused. "Messy," he said. Talos wanted to kill him. The Eldari denied him even that simplicity. Something moved through the hall beyond speed. The Voidstalker came like the end of a prophecy that had grown tired of waiting. No ordinary commander entered the ruin. No mere enemy champion stepped from the smoke. The figure that came through the dust carried death with the inevitability of a falling blade. White hair streamed like a banner in a wind that touched nothing else. Armor caught the corpse fire and turned it into killing light. The weapon in those hands was not simply a blade, but a sentence passed long before anyone present had drawn breath. Around the figure, the Eldari assault seemed to bend, every movement part of a design too old and precise for human hatred to comprehend. Talos knew. He had always known. This was the shape in the visions, the executioner of paths, the answer waiting at the end of every warning. Not salvation, never that. The Voidstalker was not the enemy he could outthink, not the prey he could frighten, not the loyalist he could bait with relics and honor. This was prophecy walking toward him with murder in its hands. Mercutian fired. His heavy bolter hammered, its ugly heartbeat filling the hall one last time. The Void Stalker moved through the burst, not untouched, not by magic alone, but by impossible timing, by speed, by the hateful grace of a species that had made war into dance before mankind crawled from its cradle. Shells blew apart stone, one clipped armor, another vanished into a psychic shimmer. Then the figure was upon Mercutian. The heavy bolter fell silent. Varial watched from the shadow of a broken arch, surgical optic clicking, recording what could be recorded. He did not charge. He did not scream vengeance. He did not waste himself against a certainty. Cold pragmatism held him where loyalty might have killed him. He saw the old first claw dying and understood it as a failed organ finally entering collapse. Some tissue might be preserved. The body would not survive. Talos saw him watching and did not hate him for it. Perhaps that was the worst judgment of all. Syrian dragged himself upright, laughing weakly as the Void Stalker turned. "Well," he said, blood running from beneath his helm, "this is becoming excessive." His next words vanished beneath the sound of blades. Talos did not watch the end. He did not need to. He had seen it already in fragments, 1,000 times, behind closed eyes and during seizures that left him shaking against cold walls. Syrian's death, Mercutian's fall, Uzas bleeding on stone, Zal absent from the final tally because his death had purchased time elsewhere, Varial surviving, the father's grave drinking the son's. He lifted Arum. The golden blade felt heavier than it had on any battlefield. An insult to blood angels, a trophy from old wars, a relic carried through pride, spite, and memory. In his other hand, Anathema waited, dark and honest. Malkarian's autocannon roared somewhere below, then ceased. The ruins shook. Talos walked forward. Around him, Night Lords died in the halls of their father's grave. Eldari moved through them with surgical wrath. The war across the galaxy continued without noticing. Fleets burned, worlds screamed, gods laughed. The Imperium endured, chaos devoured. Nothing stopped, because First Claw came to its ending. That was fitting. Talos had spent centuries asking whether visions could be defied, whether the future was a warning or a cage, whether his father's madness had been truth or merely a wound that infected every son who inherited it. Now, at the edge of the final hunt, he understood more than he wanted to. Prophecy was not salvation. It was only the shape of the blade before it entered. The Void Stalker waited in the dark ahead, and Talos Valkoran went to meet it. The last sons of Kurz died without hymns. No priest marked their passing. No oath scrolls burned in honor. No cathedral bells rang across Tsagualsa's dead plains. There were only the ruins, the black Nostraman's stone split by alien blades, the corpse wind moving through broken arches, and the bitter sound of Astarte's warplate failing beneath wounds too deep for hatred to deny. Midnight ceramite lay cracked across the floor in pieces. Red lenses guttered and went dark. Bolters clicked empty in dead hands. Shuriken discs glittered in the dust like flakes of killing moonlight, half buried in blood that steamed where it touched hot armor. The fortress of their father had become a slaughterhouse again. Talos walked through the ruin with Aurum in one hand and Anathema in the other, his helm display drowning in warning runes. Pressure loss, blood loss, left pauldron cracked, secondary power failing in the right greave, Auspex interference, psychic contamination, heart rates elevated beyond tolerance, ammunition depleted, squad icons damaged, flickering, dying. First Claw existed now as ghosts on his visor. Zaal's rune was absent, and that absence was louder than bolter fire. The Claw had fought without him since the echo of damnation, but only here, in the father's grave, did Talos feel the full shape of the wound. No vulgar threat came over the vox. No brutal laugh answered Syrian's mockery. No chain-blade roar split the moment before impact with that particular promise of sudden, unfair death. Zaal had been their bluntest truth, their fiercest blade, their answer when all cleverness failed. Now the place where he should have stood was empty, and every enemy seemed to move through that emptiness. The Voidstalker waited beyond the fallen pillars, alien grace framed by corpse fire and drifting dust. Talos saw it and understood that no vision had exaggerated the moment. The Executioner was not large in the way a dreadnought was large, nor brutal in the way Zaal had been brutal, nor monstrous in the way the Exalted had become monstrous. That made it worse. There was no waste in the figure, no fury spilling beyond discipline, no theatrical cruelty. Every motion was the conclusion of a path chosen long before the blade moved. The air bent around the Phoenix Lord's presence. Psychic pressure crawled over Talos's teeth and behind his eyes. Every instinct in him, every organ engineered for war, every lesson Nostramo had burned into his blood, knew that this was not prey. This was the blade the future had shown him. Syrian laughed somewhere to Talos's left. The sound was wet now, torn, failing. It had lost the smooth warmth that once made slaves tremble and brothers smile despite themselves. Syrian leaned against a broken column with one hand pressed to his opened side. Uzas had split him badly before dying, and the Eldari had done the rest with a cut too clean for hatred to understand. His skull helm was gone. His face was pale beneath blood, his lips dark, his eyes still bright with amusement that no longer concealed the hunger beneath. There was nothing charming in him now, only appetite, only the smiling corruption that had hidden inside Brotherhood for centuries. He looked at Talos and grinned through blood-black teeth. "You look disappointed." Talos did not answer. "Ah," Syrian whispered, still judging, even now. A shape moved behind him. One of the Eldari, swift and silent, blade raised for the finishing stroke. Syrian's smile widened. He had no bolter, no strength to rise, no chance to survive. Still, he reached for the terror around him the way a drowning man reaches for air. Talos felt it then, truly felt it, that cold psychic feeding, the subtle pull of fear drawn from dying serfs, from wounded brothers, from enemies who had never known he was drinking them. Syrian drank from the ruin around him, even at the end. Then the alien blade passed through his throat. The smile remained for one heartbeat after the head began to fall. His body collapsed beside the column, fingers twitching against the stone as if trying to make one last jest. The hunger vanished with him, leaving only a corpse in broken armor and the memory of laughter that had never been harmless. Mercutian died more quietly. That seemed just. Talos found him near the archway leading to the lower vaults, surrounded by Eldari dead and shell casings piled around his boots like spent offerings. His heavy bolter was no longer in his hands. It lay several paces away, barrel split, ammunition feed torn open, its casing gouged by alien blades and psychic heat. Mercutian had continued after it failed. He had drawn a sidearm, then a blade, then used the broken heavy weapon as a club until even that had been ripped away. He was on one knee when Talos reached him. His armor had been opened from shoulder to hip. Blood ran in thick black streams across the midnight plate, pooling beneath him and soaking into Sagualsa's dust. One arm hung useless. His helm was cracked down the faceplate, but both lenses still burned. "Report," Talos said. The word was absurd, necessary, because anything else would have been grief. Mercutian looked up. His voice came through broken vox with aristocratic calm, shredded by static. "Ammunition expended, weapon destroyed, enemy advance delayed." "For how long?" Mercutian turned his head toward the archway. Behind him, several Aeldari bodies lay ruined in ways only mass-reactive shells could accomplish. Slender armor split open, limbs severed. Wraithbone helms cracked and leaking pale spirit light. One warlock lay twisted against the wall, head half gone, witchblade still smoking in one dead hand. "Long enough," Mercutian said. Talos knelt beside him. "Can you stand?" "No." Talos already knew. He asked anyway. That was the cruelty of brotherhood. It made men seek denial even when their eyes offered truth. Mercutian's cracked helm tilted toward the chamber where Zal was not, where Uzas had fallen, where Syrian's body still cooled. "We were better with him." "Yes. Do not tell him I said so." Talos almost smiled. It hurt more than any wound. Mercutian's head lowered. "Heavy bolter is unrecoverable. I will mark its loss. Mark mine after. I already have." The last noble thing in First Claw died kneeling, not because he was noble by any sane measure, but because in a brotherhood of monsters he had remained loyal to the shape of them. Not kind, not merciful, not innocent. Loyal. In the 8th Legion, that was a rarer virtue than courage. His rune faded from Talos's display. Uzas lay farther back in the hall, where brotherhood had finally torn itself open. His death was ugly. It should have been. Uzas had never been innocent. His hands had killed crew who could not be replaced. His axe had butchered allies and enemies without distinction when the red hunger drowned him. He had whispered to a god of blood while pretending the whispers belonged to battle. He had been contamination walking in midnight plate, a wound in First Claw that never closed. And yet, as Talos looked at him, he knew the lie in making Uzas the only beast. Syrian had fed and smiled. The Exalted had spent brothers for spectacle. Varial cut living men with less emotion than a scribe trimming parchment. Zal had laughed while killing. Mercutian had turned corridors into red ruin without remorse. Talos himself had skinned worlds with terror and called the arithmetic clean. Uzas had been monstrous because he could no longer hide what the others refined into doctrine. His corpse knelt forward around the alien blade that had passed through him. His chain axe lay nearby, teeth clogged, silent at last. One hand still reached toward it, or toward Talos, or toward nothing. Talos did not know. The visions had never shown intention, only consequence. Varial watched from the shadow of the broken arch. Gene caskets mag locked to his belt, surgical tools folded, helm lenses reflecting the ruin with cold precision. Blood marked his armor, little of it his own. He had fought when fighting served survival. He had withdrawn when the conclusion became obvious. He had harvested what he could from the dead before the chance vanished, not with reverence, not with grief, but with the steady pragmatism of an apothecary who understood that flesh failed and gene seed endured. Talos looked at him. "You are leaving." "Yes." No apology. Varial's surgical optic clicked within his helm. "For surviving? For not dying with us? That would preserve nothing." Talos laughed once, a sound without humor. "You think preservation is the same as understanding? No, understanding is optional. Preservation is not." Varial's gaze moved across the fallen. Uzas, Syrian, Mercutian, the absence of Zal, the bodies of lesser Night Lords, The alien dead, the father's grave swallowing them all. First claw is biologically recoverable in fragments, he said. Symbolically unstable, functionally dead. You always speak like a blade pretending not to enjoy cutting. I enjoy precision. Cutting is only one method. Talos stepped closer, Aurum low in his hand. You will carry us. I will carry what can be carried. That is not what I asked. Varial paused. For the first time, the answer did not come immediately. I cannot carry what you mean. No, Talos said. You cannot. Varial inclined his head, not a bow, not respect exactly, but an acknowledgement between monsters who had reached the limit of usefulness. Then he turned and withdrew into the dark, bearing gene seed, data, and the biological remnant of First Claw. He would survive. Of course he would. He was not the soul of the claw. He was the scalpel left behind after the body died. Septimus and Octavia saw enough to understand and too little to survive it unchanged. They watched from the evacuation route beneath the shattered western vault, surrounded by crewmen who had learned that silence could be holier than prayer. Septimus had a pistol in his hands and no illusion that it mattered. His face was pale, streaked with grime, one cheek cut by flying stone. Octavia stood beside the navigation shrine's portable data casket, eyes wide, psychic senses recoiling from the pressure of the Aeldari assault and the death of demigods around her. Neither of them belonged in that hall of legends and monsters. That was why their presence mattered. They were witnesses, not saviors, not softeners of the tale, not proof that monsters could be redeemed by mortal regard. They were proof of consequence. Every warlord needed hands to clean his armor. Every prophet needed someone to hear the scream through the door. Every pirate ship needed pilots, navigators, artificers, slaves, serfs, and frightened flesh to keep the immortal killers moving from atrocity to atrocity. First Claw had shaped their lives without asking permission. Now its ending would shape what remained of them. Talos saw Septimus raise the pistol toward an approaching shadow. Go, Talos voxed. Septimus froze. Lord, go. My place is... Your place is wherever survival takes you. Octavia gripped Septimus's arm. She understood faster, perhaps because the warp had shown her truths kindness never could. She pulled him back. He resisted for one breath, then obeyed the last order Talos would ever give him. They vanished into the evacuation dark. Talos turned to the Void Stalker. The Phoenix Lord stood amid the dead, as if the slaughter had been arranged for this meeting. Perhaps it had. Prophecy had a way of making every path look chosen once the grave opened at the end. The alien blade lifted, its edge catching corpse fire and starlight through the broken ceiling. Talos advanced. He was prophet and murderer, brother and traitor, victim and butcher, a failed heir to a murdered god who had called terror justice and vengeance redemption. He had hated the Imperium because it deserved hatred. He had hated his legion because it had earned disgust. He had loved his brothers in the only ways left to him, which were terrible ways, edged ways, ways that still left bodies cooling on stone. He struck first with Aurum. The Void Stalker was not there. The countercut opened his side, clean through armor and meat. Pain flared white across his display. Talos turned with anathema, forcing the alien back by the width of a breath. Aurum followed, golden edge flashing toward the helm. The Phoenix Lord parried. The impact rang through Talos's bones. His left knee faltered. He drove forward anyway, not because he believed he could win cleanly, but because no Night Lord had ever respected a clean fight. He used both blades, a bolter with 3 remaining shells, a broken combat knife, acid spit against alien armor, and the weight of his own failing body. He headbutted when the blades locked. He fired point blank and saw the shot twist aside by impossible movement. He cut cloth, scored armor, drew something that might have been blood or spirit light. The Voidstalker answered each wound with 3. Talos's helm cracked, his vision blurred beneath red warnings. One heart faltered, the other hammered harder, as if rage could substitute for function. The duel moved through the corpses of First Claw, past Uzas, whose contamination had not erased the tragedy of his fall, past Syrian, whose smile had finally been stripped down to hunger and silence, past Mercutian, whose empty hands still seemed to remember the heavy bolter, past the space where Zal should have been, the deadliest blade absent when the last blow came. Talos slipped on blood that might have been his own and drove Aurum upward with the last strength of both arms. The Voidstalker avoided the killing thrust by less than a heartbeat and answered with finality. The blade entered. Prophecy had shown him its shape. It had not softened the pain. Talos staggered, impaled, helm lenses fixed on the figure before him. His hands spasmed around Aurum and Anathema. His weapons did not fall at once. Some stubbornness remained even when life did not. He tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth. His vox rendered the sound as a broken growl. Perhaps he meant to curse, perhaps to laugh, perhaps to say a brother's name. The Voidstalker withdrew the blade. Talos Valcoran fell on Sagualsa, among the ruins of his father's death, surrounded by the corpses of brothers who had never been heroes and had never needed to be. The galaxy did not mourn First Claw. No Imperial archive recorded their end with understanding. Somewhere, a clerk might one day mark a redacted entry concerning traitor elements neutralized on a dead world. Somewhere, an inquisitor might seal testimony in black wax. Somewhere, a chapter might remember stolen relics, murdered champions, and the shame of old defeats. The Imperium would never understand them, because to understand the Night Lords would require admitting the Imperium had once made use of the same darkness and called it compliance. Chaos did not own them either, not fully, not cleanly. Gods had touched them, yes. Hunger had fed through them. Blood had called. Pride had damned. The warp had whispered in every wound left open too long. But First Claw had never been simple worshippers kneeling in the dirt for blessings. They were too bitter for devotion, too proud for surrender, too broken for purity. Chaos claimed their consequences. It never truly held their hearts. They were elite, not because they were the strongest squad in the galaxy. They were not. Stronger warriors lived. Greater champions killed. Nobler heroes died with cleaner names. First Claw was elite because it embodied the 8th Legion without mercy or disguise. Terror as doctrine. Brotherhood as wound. Betrayal as inheritance. Survival as faith. Cruelty as language. Death without redemption. They were everything the sons of Kurz had been, everything they became, and everything they could never escape. They were the blade the Imperium forged, and then cursed for being sharp. They were the shadow beneath every oath of justice. They were proof that fear could conquer where honor failed. Long after Sagualsa's winds covered the blood, long after the dead cooled and the living fled, long after Varial carried the last gene seed into the dark and mortal witnesses learned to breathe without their master's footsteps behind them, the lesson remained. Somewhere, in the black between stars, a ship killed its lumen strips before battle. Somewhere, a vox channel opened and carried only breathing. Somewhere, a world looked up and saw midnight descending. Fear is a weapon. The 8th Legion made it holy.